Hello and welcome back. In today's video, we're gonna build and deploy an entire dating application where we can swipe to the right and to the left. If both of the users swipe to the right, that means there is a match and they will be notified in real time. And of course, they can start chatting in real time after the match. And there will be emoji support in this chat app. We will take care of the edge cases as well so that we cannot swipe up and down. These directions will be disabled. And there will be a profile page where users can update their profile information and they can upload images. And as you can imagine, there will be an authentication page where users can create an account and log in. The entire application will be responsive. When it comes to the technologies, for the backend, we're going to be using Node.js, Express, MongoDB, and Signup. And in the front end, we're going to use React, Tailwind CSS, and ZooStand. And as always, at the end of this video, we're going to deploy this application for free so that you can use that link. This is going to be a beginner-friendly course, so if you know the basics of full-stack development, you'll be fine to follow along. Looks like this is going to be a lot of work and stuff, so let's get into it. Okay, so the first thing that we need is to create an empty folder. In my case, I have created it in my desktop. I call it as Tinder clone and then just open it up in VS Code. After you do the same thing, just go ahead and create two different folders. One for the API and the other one for the client. So first we're going to build our API. That's going to be the first section of this tutorial. Then in the next section, we're going to build our React application under this folder. And finally, we're going to deploy this application basically. So first, let's just open up our terminal with Control J, and then we'll just say npm init-y, which is going to give us a package.json file under the root. Okay, that means we have a Node application now, and we'll just say CLS to clear up the console, and we would like to get all of our packages for the API section. So let's just type all of them at once, and as we use them, I'll try to explain each. So either say npm install or I for short. We'll say give us the express.env mongoose JSON web token. We'd like to get the cloudinary package. Let's say cookie-parser, and let's say I think also the bcrypt.js, as well as the scikit.io package. So I'll be explaining each of them in detail later in the video, but let's just quickly go through each of them. So Express is going to be our web framework, which means it'll allow us to build an API pretty quickly and easily. And we're going to have the .env package to be able to read the .env file content. Then Mongoose to be able to interact with our database, which is going to be MongoDB. And JSON Web Token to be able to handle the authentication. And Cloudinary to be able to upload images, such as profile images, right? And we'll be using Cookie Parser to be able to, as the name suggests, basically parse the cookies so that we can have basically the authentication in place. And then bcrypt.js to be able to bcrypt the hash the passwords. Okay, that's it. We'll be using this to be able to hash the passwords. I couldn't talk for a second, but there we go. And Signup for the real-time communication, which is going to be our chat application, right? So let's just install all of them. This is going to give us a package log JSON file as well as node modules folder just in a second. And after this has been completed, we can install one more package. Let's say CLS npm install nodemon dash uppercase D. This is going to be a dev dependency. This is what that means. Let's go ahead, take a look at it. These are the first dependencies that we just got, and then this is the dev dependency that we have, right? And let's just try to create a file under the API. I will call this as server.js, and we can just basically try to use import express from express. Now you cannot really use import by default. You need to go ahead and just say type is gonna be module. By default, here you can see default value is common.js, but we would like to go with the module so that we use a little bit more like nice to look at syntax, right? And let's say give us an application by calling the express, and we'll say app.listen, and let's give our port let's say console.log, and we can just say something like listening on port 5000. And let's try to run this file. For this, we can create a script. Let's delete the test one. I'll just say dev, and we'll say nodemon. Just go ahead, run the server.js file. But you cannot just say server.js because it is under the API. Okay, now we can go ahead, just say npm, oops, let's clear this out first, npm run dev. And we should be able to see that text in the console, but here we go, here it says it was already in use. Okay, because I am running the demo application on the right, let me just go ahead, kill that. In your case, you're not going to get this error if you're not using that port. Okay, so I just stopped that server. I'll just go ahead, kill this with Control C, clear up my console, and then just say npm run dev. Now I should be able to see that text. Here it says listening on this port. Okay, now let's just try to set this up. We're gonna have first the port variable. So let's say this is gonna be coming from process.env.port, and if this is not available, give us the 5000 default value. And we're gonna go ahead, update it with this port variable. Let's just do the same thing here. We'll just say port, which is going to be this value. And we don't have the .env file, so let's try to create it. We'll say port. It's going to be 5000 basically, but we cannot really use it by default. First, we need to import the .env package that we have installed it, right, a couple of minutes ago. Let's say .env config, just call it. Now we are able to read this value coming from this file. Okay, so this is the first thing that we need to do. Now we would like to create different routes and controllers. And I think, like I would say, if you haven't worked with this at all, there is a 2-hour tutorial on the channel that you can take a look, which is the MERN crash course, where we go really in detail on everything. But in this case, I'll not be going in that detail because I'll just assume you know at least the basics. Okay, so let's say app.use for the middleware of express.json so that we can read the incoming body from the request.body, right? Oops, so okay, this is what we're doing basically. Then we'd like to have a couple of different routes, right? So you say app.use/API/auth. Then we'd like to have one for the users, one for the messages, let's say, and maybe one for the matches. So I'll just go ahead, say matches, and we'd like to get each route. So I will go ahead, create a folder called routes, and one more fold controllers. Let's try to create the auth routes.js, and we'll be doing the same thing for the other routes. So first, let's just say auth routes, and we need to import this. But first, let's just create the content. I'll say import express. From express, we would like to create a router, just like this, and we can just say export default this router. Okay, let's just say routes from this exact location, and you need to put the .js, otherwise it's going to crash because we're using type module and this is a local file. Now we need to do the same thing. Let's just say user routes, and we need to do the match routes, finally message routes. So let's go ahead and try to import all of them and just create all those files. Let's say user routes.js. Okay, just like this. The other one is going to be match routes.js. Let's just do the same thing. And the message routes.js. So this is kind of the boring setup. That's why I just fast forward this, right? Okay, with this now we have everything in place. Now here you can see these are not being highlighted as this one. So what we can do is just delete those and bring this back. There we go. Okay, so we have all of our routes. The first one that we'll be going with is going to be the authentication. So let's go into that file and we need to create different endpoints, right? So let's say router.post to the signup, but this should be /signup. Just like this, we would like to call the signup function, which is something that we'll create just in a second. And let's go ahead, say if we hit the login endpoint, we would like to call this login function. And let's do the same thing for logout. And these functions will be coming from the auth controller.js file. So let's say import, maybe we don't really need it. Let's say export const signup function. For now, this is going to be an empty function. Let's say it's going to be async and taking the request and response. Let's go ahead, say signup, login, and logout. Now, these are been explained in detail in that 2-hour tutorial. Really, we go through why do we create this, why do we create these routes, and how do they relate to these functions. I hope that makes sense, and you can take a look at that video once again. Let's say give us all these functions coming from this file. Okay, so with that, I think this is going to be the authentication setup, and we can try to implement that. So the first thing we need to do is create a database and save the users so that we can really have this authentication in place. And for this, I will first create a folder called config, or you can call it as lib. I don't know, let's just go with this one. Or maybe, I don't know, let's just say config. For some reason, I just wanted to call it as config, just a completely valid solution. And let's just say db.js. So we're going to get the mongoose package. We will say export const a connectdb function, which will have a try catch that will help us to basically connect to the MongoDB. So let's say const connection. We're going to have this right hand side where it says mongoose.connect, and we need to pass the Mongo URI, which is something that we need to create. But first, let's just say console.log that we have connected to MongoDB correctly, right? There is no issues. Okay, let's just leave it like this. And in the catch, we can say error connecting to MongoDB, error connecting to MongoDB, and just show the error message. And we will say exit with status code of 1, which means there's an error, right? A failure. And 0 means success. Just keep that in mind. Okay, so we're gonna go ahead, we'll say whenever we started our application. So here I'll just cut this for a second, and I will say show us the console log, right? And I think this should be an arrow function. Okay, we'll just say listening on port. Maybe we can even say server started at this port, right? And show the port. Then we can say connect to the database, which is a function that we are importing. Now we need to get that connection string that we have in this function. This will allow us to connect to that database. So we're going to go ahead and just say Mongo URI, and we need to put some kind of connection string, which is going to be coming from the MongoDB. So let's go ahead to the mongodb.com. If you don't have an account, go ahead and create one. I already have, so I'll just try to sign in. Then we should be able to create a new project, and into that project we will create a database, and it is going to give us a connection string so that we can use it for that project. So here, just go ahead, click to this, add a new project. Then let's give it a name. I'll just say Tinder clone. Let's say next, create the project. Okay, let's try to create a cluster. We can give it a name, but there's already a default name. We don't really want to pay for a project that is side, right? We'd like to go with the free plan, and we can just leave everything as it is. Let's say create the deployment. Okay, so here it is going to put your IP address. Here I am hiding it while editing this video, but you should be able to see your connection IP address as well. And just go ahead, copy this password. Then we'll just say create the database user. Okay, so after that, you need to say choose a connection method. We'd like to connect to this from our Node.js application. So here, let me just zoom in a little bit. There we go. We'll click to the drivers, and this is going to give us that connection string just in a second. Even though here it says 10 to 15 seconds, I don't know, but this sometimes take like 2 to 3 minutes. So I'll just wait for this to complete. Okay, so after 2 minutes, I was able to see this string. So I'll just go ahead, copy this, and visit my VS Code, go under the .env and paste this. So basically, this will allow us to connect to this database that we have just created, right? They just put our name as well as the password. Now we'd like to put a database name here. So I'll just say tinder.db. If you don't put anything, by default, it's going to create a test database. Here I'll just say Tinder_DB. And there is one more thing that we'd like to do. Is just go under the network access. And here you'll be able to see your IP address. But we also want to add access from anywhere so that we don't really have any errors while developing. So just go ahead and press confirm. And this will take a couple of seconds, then it should say active. Okay, so there we go. It is active. We can go into the database section and click to the browse collections, but in our case we don't really have anything, and we can start with the user collection. So for this we can go ahead, open up the left hand side, create a folder called models. To be able to create a collection, as you might know, we need to create a like a model basically, right? So let's say user.js, and this is the convention or one of the conventions. You can also say user.model.js, but in this case, I'll be going with this convention. So let's see what we have in the user model. We would like to just build it one by one. So I'll say import mongoose first. Then we would like to also import the bcrypt.js. Let's say import bcrypt.js from bcrypt.js, but I just want to call this as bcrypt. You can call this anything, but this is the name that I'll be going with. So to be able to create a model, first we need to create a schema. So I'll just say const user schema, and let's call this function coming from mongoose. Then we will say each user will have a name, right? So we'll say name, and the type of this is going to be string, and it is going to be required. Let's say required true. Then we can do the same thing for the email. So let's say email type will be string required, as well as this is going to be unique, right? And then we would like to have the password. So let's say type will be string and required will be true. Then we would like to have the age. Let's say type will be number, and then the required, let's just put it as well, required would be true. Okay, so I accidentally paused the video, but we were in the gender section, right? Or the field. So the type is going to be string, it will be required, but there is one more thing. If you want to have some certain values, you would use the enum. So here, this is going to be an array of string values, because this is how we said the type is going to be. So in this case, I'll just have male and female. If you'd like to add the other, which you probably should if you are building an actual dating application, but this would make the logic a little bit more complex. So just to keep it simple, I will just delete this, but feel free to add it after completing this tutorial. Okay, so the other field is going to be the gender preference. So let's say preference. I think I have a typo. This should be preference. Okay, this is going to be again type of string, and this is going to have enum value. So this could be either male or female, or let's just say both. Okay, we can implement this logic. This is not that hard, to be honest. Then we're gonna go ahead, have a field for the biography. I'll just say this is gonna be bio, and I'll just paste this just to move along a little bit faster. So we have the type of string, and by default this is gonna be empty. Let's do the same thing for the image, and we'd like to have, let's say, the likes. So each user will have a likes array, and each like is going to be, let's say, type of object ID. So just like this, and let me try to explain after having this reference. Okay, so basically we say this likes is going to be an array of user IDs. So let's say 1, 2, 3, 4. These are IDs for the user model. And this is how we would like to do, so that we can really fetch the user data depending on this ID. For now, if this doesn't make too much sense, that's fine. We'll just see this in action later in the video. We'll have the exact same thing for the dislikes. I'll duplicate this one and then just say dislikes. So we will be using this whenever we swipe to the right, and we'll be using dislikes whenever we swipe to the left. Because if we dislike a profile, we don't really want to see this again. It is already in the dislikes array. So this is how we are going to keep track of it. And then finally, we would like to see all of our matches, right? And this is going to be basically the exact same thing. I'll go ahead, take this and put it here. So that was our schema, right? We have all these fields for every single user. And then we would like to create the model. So I'll just say const user mongoose.model, and as the convention, we put the user. This is going to be singular, and the first letter would be uppercase. Then we would like to put the schema. So this basically tells to the mongoose to create a user collection based off of this user schema. Okay, then we'll just say export default the user model. Now what do we want to do in this file is also to create one function. So when we check for the passwords, okay, so let's just type it out and I'll try to explain. Let's say user schema dot methods and match password. So already we got a suggestion from AI, but let's just say match password. This is going to be an async function. We will take the password that user just entered, and we are going to compare it. So let's just say return await this expression, right? bcrypt.compare, where we would like to compare the entered password to the current user's password, right? If this is correct, we're gonna return true, or we're gonna return false. And we can add one more thing. Let's say user schema dot pre-save. So this basically tells, before you save the user to the database, just do this thing, right? Which is going to be a function. This is going to take the next as the argument, and let's go ahead, open this up. So what do we want to do before we save the user to the database? Well, we'd like to hash their passwords. So let's say they give us a password like 1234. We don't really want to save this as it is into our database. We'd like to make this to be hashed, where it would look something like this, right? I mean, not exactly like this, but something like this, where it is completely unreadable, right? By taking a look at this, you don't really understand the password is 1234, right? So this is what we're trying to do. So we'll just say this dot password, let's say this dot password is going to be equal to await bcrypt dot hash, right? This password with the salt of 10. Okay, this is kind of like a good value that you can use, and we'll just say call the next function. Okay, so this basically says before you save the user to the database, go ahead, hash the password and call the next function. So whatever you are doing, if you are saving the profile image of this user to the I don't know, to the image storage, that kind of thing. But basically, this is what we're trying to do, hashing the password. Okay, so this is gonna be it for the user.js file, and we can try to use these this model and this method when we try to sign up, right? And when we try to log in, we'll be using this function to be able to check if user passing the correct password. Okay, so let's start with the sign up controller. So we're gonna go ahead and first have a try and catch. So before we try to do anything, we'd like to get the values from the user. So let's say request.body, and the values that user will pass is gonna be the name, email, password, and they will pass the age. Let's just take a look at the image that I have. Okay, so when they try to sign up, these are the fields that they would like to send: name, email address, password, age, their gender, and then their preference, right? We are not going to take the image when they sign up, but after they log in, they will be able to update their profile image. So we'll have name, email, password, age, let's say gender, as well as the gender preference. Okay, here we'll just go ahead and maybe we'll just check if none of them are, or any of them is not provided. Let's say if there is no name, if there is no email, password, things like that, we'll just say let's return a 400 status code with the JSON of, let's say, success is gonna be false, and then the message would be, let's say, all fields are required. Okay, this is the first check that we would like to do. Then in a dating app, probably you want the age be at least 18, right? So we would say if age is less than 18, we don't really want to sign you up. We're gonna go ahead, maybe just try to duplicate this and just say 400 success or false. Let's say you must be at least 18 years old. Okay, I think that's fair enough. After this, we can try to create the user. Now, if you really want to, you can make this function to be a lot more better, where you would say if password length is less than 6, just return this error, things like that. Let's just add this one as well, but like you get the point. You can really add a bunch of different if checks to make this really robust. These are the things that I'll just leave it as it is. Then let's try to create a new user with this information. Let's say await user.create, and we need to import the user coming from user.js. Otherwise, it is not going to work. So just make sure you put the .js extension at the end, and this should be user.create function. And we need to pass the fields. So this is going to be the username, the email. Let me just scroll a little bit. We would like to put the password. Oops. Let's just go ahead, say password, age, and just get all of them, right? Then what do we want to do is handle the authentication. So we would like to create a token. Let's say const token and call a function called sign token, and we will pass the user ID. So we don't have this function. Let's go ahead and create it at the top. So that was taking the user ID. So I think I'll just call it as ID. So how does that work? Basically, we're trying to create, or just, yeah, creating a token. Okay, sorry, I can't talk, but we would like to create a JWT token. Then we will send this in the cookies so that we know that user is authenticated. So let's just say this function will return jwt.sign, but first we need to, I think, import this. Let's say import jwt from JSON Web Token package that we have installed. So we'll say sign a token. The first thing that you need to pass is the payload. So this would be some information where you can really extract the user. In this case, we are passing the user ID. Then we would like to put the secret or private key. So let's say process.env jwt secret. And let's go ahead, create this one in the .env file. And I press Ctrl P to be able to open up this search files command palette basically. And you can put any secret here. I'll just put secret 123. But in a real world application, you'd like to keep this a little bit more longer, like hard to hash or hard to decode, I would say. Okay, JWT secret, and the third argument is going to be an object where we say when this is going to expire. So let's say expires in, I'll just make this 1 week, where we say 7 days. So this is what this function going to be doing, right? Creating a token and just returning it. And this is going to expire in 7 days. And now that we have the token, we can send it in the cookies. So I'll just say res dot, not request, but it should be res dot cookie, and you would give the name of the token. In this case, I'll just go with JWT, and then the token itself, which is we just created, and then a couple of options to make this a little bit more secure, right? So let's say the maximum age this is going to live is going to be 7 days. You cannot really just say 7D, this should be in milliseconds, just like up here, right? I'll just say 7 days in milliseconds. Then we'd like to make this to be HTTP only, which makes it secure, where we really prevent, let's say, prevents the XSS attack. If you really wonder what that is, you can just Google it, but basically this doesn't allow anyone to access the cookie with JavaScript. It is HTTP only. And the other thing we'd like to add is going to be same site to be equal to strict. There we go. And again, this prevents another attack called CSRF attacks. You can Google these if you really want to. And finally, we'll just say the secure field is going to be true only if we are in the production, right? So in the production, we will have HTTPS, but in the localhost, we will have HTTP. So in the localhost, in the development, this is not going to be secure. It will be false, but in the production, that would be secure. So this is really what we are trying to do. Let's go ahead and create the node.env as well in the .env file. And here we'd like to just put it development because we are developing this application. Okay, so we created the cookie. Now we can really return a success response. Let's say res.status of 201, which means something has just been created. JSON of this object. So let's say success is equal to true, the token, and we can just say user is going to be equal to this new user. Okay, so probably we don't really need to send the token because it is already in the cookie. This will be sent within the response, right? You can delete it, and this is what I'll be doing really. And I think to be able to make this work, we need to also handle this cookie parser import. So we'll say cookie parser coming from this package, and we need to just call it down here. So let's say app.use call the cookie parser package. So that was the package that we installed. This allows you to parse the cookies as well as the setting them in the response, I believe. Like I am sure that we need this package to be able to say something like request.cookies, but I'm not really sure if we need that package to be able to send it in the response. So let me just take a look at it and come back to the video. Okay, so I just Googled it quickly. We don't really need this package. Okay, so if you delete this and if you delete this, this should work as well. But later in the video, we'll be using request.cookies as well. But in that case, this is not going to work if you don't have this import and this like this line. So since we're going to be using this later in the video, I'll just keep this import in the server.js. Okay, so we are gonna need this when we say something like request.cookies. Okay, I hope that makes sense. So we just created the user, sent the response. Let's handle the catch. We will say first, let's have a console log for debugging purposes. Let's say error in signup controller and just send the error, right? Just like this. Then we can say res.status of 500 successful false, and we can just say server error or maybe just internal error. That's fine. Okay, so we're gonna go with this. That should be it for the sign up function. Next, we're gonna be building the login function. And if you really want to test these out, you can use a desktop application called Postman, or there is even an extension that you could use. These are the things that I have done multiple times in the other tutorials, so I don't really want to waste too much time. I'm not going to test them out because I know they are working. Before recording this video, I test them out actually, but you can just take your time and test each of them as we go through this tutorial. So that was the first endpoint and the controller that we have just created, which was the sign up. Next, we'd like to build the login one. Okay, so let's move on with the login controller. Now this is what we are expecting from the user, the email as well as the password. Let's go ahead, have a try and catch. We can actually go ahead, grab the catch just that we have here, right? I'll go ahead, put it, let's say error in login controller, this is gonna be, and let's try to, before the try, just get the fields. So let's say const email as well as the password. We're gonna be getting this from the request.body. And I think I forgot to mention, when we try to save the user, so what do you think is going to happen? Before we move on, right, this thing will be called, where we say, before you save this user to the database, just hash this password and then call the next function, or the just continue. In this case, this will be saved to the database. The password would be hashed, then we will call the next thing. So this is what we're trying to do. This is that pre-hook that we have. I hope this makes sense at this point. And now we'll be using this method of match password in the login function. Okay, let's just try to see how we can implement this. So again, first we can just say if there is not email or there is not password, we will say all fields are required. Okay, then we'll like to get the user first. So say const user, we will say await user model, find one with this email, and we will just don't select, we will select the password as well. Okay, so here we are trying to do, just grab the user from the database, which is this user with the email, and we're going to compare it, their password, right? So we'll just say if there is not user found, so maybe email is not correct, or we'll say await user dot match password. This is what we have. So just make sure this name is exactly the same as this one. So you can just copy this and paste it. And we'd like to put the entered password, which is this password that user just gave us, right? And we'll just say if this return us a falsy value, then we can just say incorrect email or password. Okay, so I'll just go ahead, say 401 invalid email or password with the success or false. But if we pass this, that means user put the correct password and correct email. So we'll just say, let's create a token with the payload being the user ID. Then we'll just do the exact same thing. Just create a JWT token where we say it is going to live in like 7 days. Then put our different flags. And finally say 200, you just logged in successfully. Let's say success of true and then return the user. Okay, so probably for this thing, we can create a function so that we don't really have the exact same thing here and then in the sign up function. So here, but just to keep it simple, I'll just leave it as it is. It is just like 5 lines of code, not that much. Okay, so with this, that should be it for the login function as well. And we need to build the logout, which is going to be pretty simple, where we'll just say res.clear the cookies, because user is just being logged out. That means we should remove the cookie, which is this cookie. This is the name that we give when we set that up. And we'll say res.status of 200 JSON, we can just say success of true, and you can put a message that says logged out successfully. Okay, so I think that's gonna be it for the login and logout functions. One more thing we'll be adding is to be able to get the current user. So just say router.me. Oops, so I just got some kind of window because my laptop is charging. Okay, so we'll like to get the me. This will give us if we are authenticated or not. So we'll just say this should be a protected route, and if this is protected, we can call the getMe function. Or for now, let's just leave it as an empty function. This is going to take the request and response. Now let's try to create this protect route, which is going to be a middleware. Okay, so I'll just go here, shrink everything. Under the API, have a folder called middleware. And if you don't know what is a middleware, it is basically a function that you run before do anything else. So here, when the user checks if they are authenticated or not, we're going to be calling this middleware, which is just a function. And if this is successfully done, we will call the next function. Let's try to see this in action so that we really understand what is going on. So we would like to have a middleware for the authentication, and here we would like to create that protect route function. So first, let's just get the JSON web token, where I'll just be calling it as JWT, and let's get the user model from here, and make sure you put the .js at the end. So let's say export const this protect route function, and let's say this is going to be an async function. This is going to take the request, response, as well as the next. Okay, so we're going to see what this next does just in a second. Let's go here, just have a try and catch. We would like to get the token. So here we'll say const token request the cookies.jwt. So here you can see we're using request.cookies. This would not work if you don't import this and call this cookie parser function. Okay, I hope this makes sense. We are trying to get the cookie called JWT, which is what we have called when we try to log in or sign up, right? So we're just gonna check if this token is existed and if it is valid or not. So first, let's just say if there is not a token, we will just return a response of status of 401, and we will say JSON, where we'll say success is false, and for the message we can say you are not logged in, or I'll just go with a little bit more simpler message like not authorized, and we can just say no token provided. Okay, but if we have the token, we need to check if it is valid or not. Maybe user is sending us a token, but it is not valid, right? They have changed it while sending. So first, let's try to decode this token. And to be able to decode a token, there is a function called verify. This is coming from the package that we have installed called JSON web token, right? We will say verify this token with this secret key that we have, because this is the secret key that we used to be able to create this token. So again, if you want to verify this, we need to use the exact same secret. Okay, I hope that makes sense. Now we'll just say if this decoded value is falsy, then we would like to return a 401 message as well. So I'll just say return success or false, and we'll just say invalid token. You have the token, but it is invalid, right? But otherwise, we will just try to get the current user. So that means if we pass these if checks, user is authenticated. So say current user is going to be user.findById, and we're using decoded.id because this is the field that we set it up when we try to create that token. So where that is, okay, when we try to sign this token, we put the ID. That's why we say decoded.id. If this was X, then you would say decoded.x. but in our case it is ID, which is the user ID really. And we will just put this into the request.user. It's going to be equal to this current user, and we will be calling the next function. And in the catch, let's just handle this console log. Let's just say, if I can type correctly, error in protect route, or maybe auth middleware. Call the error, show the message, and just say success or false. Let's just say not authorized, or maybe we could put 500. Let's go with this one. This should be fine. And here we will catch that in any case, right? Okay, so let's try to import this and try to see the big picture just in a second. So when the user checks if they are authenticated or not, we are going to call this function. And here we will have these if checks, and if we are able to visit up until here, that means user is authenticated. We will set the request.user with the current user and call the next function, which is going to be this one, right? This is the next function that we have. And in this case, we basically want to just send the user information. So here I'll just go ahead into this curly braces and we'll just say res.send success of true, right? And we'll just send the user. And this user is going to be under the request because we set that up in this function, right? So we updated this request where we added the user field, called the next function, and it is the same request because it came from this protect route function, and we can use it. I hope this makes sense at this point. So with that, I think we have completed the entire authentication routes. Next, we can build the user routes. So I'll see you in the next section. And just before we move on to the next section, let's try to just optimize this function a bit. So I'll go ahead actually delete this, and we'll just say if the error is instance of the JWT JSON web token error. So basically, if it is an error other than these, let's try to handle it in that case. So we'll just say return red status 401 with the JSON message of success gonna be false, and then we can say not authorized, right? And here we can just put the invalid token message. So we'll just give out a space. But in the else case, that means it is probably something wrong with our server. So we'll just say status of 500, success of false, and internal server error. So this is how we can optimize this function a little bit more. Okay, with that, I think I'll see you in the next section. Okay, now we'll like to move on with the user routes. But there is one thing that I made a mistake. This should be the get method and not me. Me is the endpoint. Okay, just save it. Now we shouldn't have any errors in the terminal. Let's take a look at it. Okay, here it goes. It is working. Previously, I had that error, but now it is working as expected. Let's go into the user routes, where we'd like to create a, let's say, put method, where the endpoint is update. You can also say update profile, but I think this should be fine. We'll just say, let's make this to be a protected route and import it. Make sure it is .js at the end. Then we'd like to call the controller called update profile. We are making this to be protected so that only the authenticated users can update their profiles, right? Let's try to create this user controller.js file. And this is the function that we're gonna have. Async get the request and response, and we'd like to handle the logic inside. Now in this function, we would like to also handle the case where the user wants to update their profile image. So if they are sending us an image, we are gonna take this and upload it to a place. In this case, this is gonna be our Cloudinary account, and this is gonna give us a URL, right? So the image URL will be something like, I don't know, let's say image.cloudinary dot like your image, and we're going to take this URL, put it into our MongoDB database, right? In the user model, we had a field called image, Where is it? Okay, so we're gonna put that string into this image field. Now to get started with, let's try to first create a Cloudinary account. So I have already have an account, I logged in, and if you do the same thing, you will be landing in this page, right? consolecloudinary.com. So go under the settings, and we're gonna get an API key. Let's first go here under the API keys. Let's try to create a new one. So they just sent an email to my account. Let me just go ahead and grab it. Okay, so I just got that. I will paste it here and it should give me the API key, which is created today. Let's copy this, put it into our .env file, env. So this is the API key, and let me grab the secret as well. Okay, this is the secret. Now we would like to create environment variables so we can set that up. So this is going to be Cloudinary API key, paste it, and then we'll like to have the Cloudinary API secret. Okay, so I just feel too lazy to type this out, but there we go. These are the values. The one more thing we'd like to get is going to be the cloud name. So here I'll just put it, and let's try to find it, how we can get that. So that's basically this value, but I think we cannot copy this. So you can either type this out or go into the programmable media section and copy it from here. Okay, so this is our cloud name. So with that, we should be able to configure this into our config folder. So just say cloudinary.js. And this is going to be about 10 lines of code where we'd like to first get the Cloudinary import, right? So we'll just say get something from Cloudinary package that we installed. So they call it as v2, but this is not really readable. So in your code, when you have something like v2.upload, this just doesn't make too much sense. So instead, I will go ahead and rename this to be as Cloudinary. Okay, now my code will make a lot of sense where I just say cloudinary.upload or config, things like that. This is the configuration object where they want you to put the cloud name, which is going to be this value, and we're going to have the API key as well as the API secret. Okay, just to make sure this is working, you need to actually just put them side by side. Okay, so just copy this and paste it. Do the same thing for these ones so that you just make sure you don't really have any typo and it is working as expected. To be able to read these values, we need to configure the .env here as well. Let's say .env.config, and we can now just go ahead and say export. Let's just say default Cloudinary. Okay. So with that, this should be good to go. We'll be able to use this object to be able to upload images to our Cloudinary account. Okay. So I think now we can import this as well. Save this, and we're going to go ahead and implement this function. So here, let's just take a look at the UI that we have. So when a user wants to update their profile, they can send all these information to us as well as an image, right? So we need to take care of that image as well. This is going to be kind of like an edge case that we need to handle in our code. Let's have a try catch, and maybe we can get the values from the user. Let's say request.body, user will send us an image and all the other fields, right? Let's say other data. And what I'll be doing is to create a variable, let's say const updated data. It's going to be equal to this other data. And let's just make this to be a let because we'll be updating this. And we will say if user is uploading an image. In this case, we're going to handle it. And if there is not an image, we'll just go ahead, update the user immediately. So let's say updated user, which is going to be await user. Okay, we imported this by default. Let's just put the extension at the end. We will say find by ID and update. The ID of the user that we have is request.user.id. This is what we put in the auth.js file, right? So we have the current user, which is being added because this endpoint, this function, is being protected. So you can put the .id or underscore ID. I think it is the same thing because Mongoose handle it for you. And now we can just say update this user with this updated data and return the updated user that we have just updated, right? This says return the user with the updated version. If you hover over this, you can read it. Okay, and we'll just say Resda status of 200 JSON, let's say success of true, and then this is the user that we are trying to return. And we can handle the catch. Then we're gonna go ahead handle this if check. So let's just say successful. For the error message, I think we can just put internal server error, and we can here just say console.log error in the controller name and then show the message. Let's try to handle this case. So first we need to check if user is uploading a new image, right? So we said if there's the image field, and we'll just say if image starts with the data image. Okay, so we're going to send the image in this format where it will always start with this. This is what we call the base64 format. And this might not make too much sense now, but when we try to actually update it from the front end, just like here, I will actually try to explain this and show this in action. For now, let's just add this if check and try to see how we can upload a new image. So here I'll just go ahead, say try and catch. In the try, I'll say const upload response, which we'll say cloudinary. We need to get this from this file that we have created. We'll just say uploader.upload this image, and we don't really need to put any options. This will upload it to our cloudinary account. Then we will say the updated data.image. This is the field that we're just adding. We will say this will return us a field called secure URL, right? So let's just delete this empty field. Okay, we'll just say uploaded response dot secure underscore URL. Okay, this is the image URL that is actually being stored. So if you go into your Cloudinary account, let me just show this pretty quickly. So click to the media library. So these are the images that I have uploaded previously. If we click to this, let's just say get the URL, copy URL, and this is the, okay, I cannot copy this. Let's say original. Let's just delete this objects. I don't know why do I have it, but there we go. This is the secure URL of this image. And we are going to take that string, save it to the database so that we can always grab it and see it in the UI. I hope this makes sense at this point. And we can have the catch case where we say return 400, error uploading image, profile update aborted, or something like that. Let's just delete this message. And we're just gonna put a console.log, right? So with that, this should be good to go. This is how we can update our profile with updating the image as well, right? So just once again, we're gonna see this data colon image format in the front end part. If this doesn't make too much sense, that's completely fine. We're gonna just get over this once again. So here I'll just put a to do, explain this once again in the UI part. Okay, so with that, that's gonna be it for the user routes. Next, we'll like to build the matches routes. So I'll see you in the next section. Okay, so let's go ahead and build the match routes. So here we're gonna have 4 different endpoints. So one for to be able to swipe right, one for the swipe left, one for the fetching these profiles that we see, right? And one for to fetch our matches that we can show it on the left hand side, right? So here initially I don't have any matches, but then I match with this user, then I can see it on the matches. So these are the things that we'd like to create. So let's just make everything one by one. So let's say router.post, and we're gonna have two post methods, one for the, let's say, slash swipe right, and the ID of the user that we would like to swipe to the right. So let's say liked user ID. Then we're gonna call a function called swipe right. Let's duplicate this, and we can delete this one. We'll say swipe left, and this liked user ID. We're going to pass it, and we're gonna call the swipe left function. And we should, of course, make them to be a protected route. So let's say protect route, and let's do the same thing for this one. And we need to make sure that we have the .js at the end. Okay, then the other two different endpoints that I'd like to have to be able to get the matches, right? So router.get method to the just slash, we would like to make this a protected route and call a function called get matches. Okay, just like this. Let's delete that. We don't really need it. And this function is going to be able to fetch the matches, and then one more function to be able to fetch these profiles so that we can swipe to the right and to the left. I'll go ahead, duplicate this, and I will just say get user-profiles. Okay, and we're gonna have a function called get user profiles. Let's try to create a controller for the matches, right? I'll just say match controller.js and create those functions one by one. Let's say export const swipe left, or maybe first let's say swipe right. This is gonna be an async function with the request and response. Okay, okay, so I just duplicate this a couple of times. Let's say swipe to the left, and let's say get matches as well as get user profiles. Okay, so we can try to import all of them, and we will implement one by one. So I'll shrink the left hand side with Control B. So this is how we can toggle the state. Just a shortcut. Let's go ahead, import this one as well. So I think we can start with the get matches function because this one is going to be a little bit more complicated, and this one as well. So let's just try to start with the easiest one. I think this should be that function where we'd like to just fetch the matches. So here I'll have a try catch. Let's give a little bit of space. And in the try, we'd like to get the user profile. So let's say await user model, and let's make sure we put the .js. And we'd like to find a user. Let's say user find by ID, and we can put the request user.id because we are protecting this route, right? Okay, it is this one. We are protecting all of these routes so that we can actually get this request.user.id from the request. Okay, now what do we want to do is basically populate the matches. So I will type this out and then try to explain what I mean by populating. We'd like to populate the name as well as the image. So when we try to fetch the matches, we would like to see their name as well as their image, right? But now if we take a look at the user model, we say that the matches is an array of user IDs, right? Here we say the type is an ID and it is referencing to the user model. So let's say your account, let's say you matched with John. The ID of John is 1, and you matched with Jane. The ID of it is 2, right? So in this case, you don't really want to see the IDs. You would like to fetch that profile information. So that's why we say, go ahead, find this user profile, right? So go ahead, populate these matches and find the name as well as the image of that account because they are just IDs and we don't want to see the ID, but instead the name, image, if you want to see the email or I don't know, whatever you want to return, maybe the age, things like that. But in our case, we can just take the name as well as the image. This is the only data we need for the sidebar component. I hope this makes sense. You would like to use the populate method instead of just having the ID. Okay, so you would like to actually fetch the data. So we just got the user account. Now we can just get the matches out of it. So I'll just say success of true, and for the matches, return the matches of this current user, right? Then in the catch, let's say console.log error in this controller and just show 500 status code. Okay, so this is everything that we need for this function. We went and fetched the matches and populate it and just send it as a response. And we're going to be using this in the sidebar, right? In this component later in the video. Now, the other thing we'd like to do is just fetch the profiles, right? And this is going to have a couple of different filters. So first of all, I don't really want to see myself in this card because I don't want to match with my own profile, right? So let's just say eliminate the current user. Okay, so I'll just put current user here. And I don't really want to see the profiles that I already swiped to the right. If I swipe the John to the right, and if I refresh my page, I don't really want to see this once again. So let's say eliminate the liked profiles. And the same thing for the disliked profiles. If I dislike this, I don't want to see this again. The other thing, we don't really want to see our matches here because I already matched with this user, let's say, and now I don't want to see that user here. So let's just say eliminate our matches as well. And one more thing, if my preference is to see male accounts, right? I don't really want to see female accounts. So we're going to go ahead and have a filter for this, basically for the preference. And now I want to see the male accounts, but the other user should also see the accounts that are in my gender. Now I know this sounds absolutely complicating and mouthful, but we're going to see this in action. So for now, let's just try to implement these. I'll go here into the getUserProfile function. Let's have a try catch and just try to implement all these filters one by one. So first, let's just try to get the current user. So I'll just say current user, let's just say await user.find by ID, and we're gonna get this user from the database. Then we will just say const users. These are the users that we are trying to fetch. Let's say find these users where we have a bunch of different filters. So we're going to have an object and we will say, and this is going to be a couple of different filters. And since this is an array, since we have a bunch of them, we will just put an array. And the first one is this filter. So we're going to say if the ID of the user is not equal to the current user. So we'll just say if it is not equal to the current user underscore ID. Okay, so that was the first filter where we said we don't really want to see our own profile here in the cards. The other one is going to be liked and disliked accounts. So we're going to say maybe just duplicate this. Instead of not equal to, we'll just say if it is not in current user dot likes. And let's do the same thing for this likes and do the same thing for the matches. We don't want to get these users. The other thing, let's go ahead, open up an object. This is going to be a little bit more involved. So let's just say if the gender is equal to, let's just say current user, if I can type, if the current user gender preference, if it is equal to both. In this case, we are going to say implement this filter. So if it is in the male and female. So we'd like to find these accounts because the current user's preference is to get both of them. But else, we're gonna go ahead. We'll just say whatever the preference of the current user is. Now I will save this. This will just format this a little bit, but I hope this makes sense. The very last thing we would like to add, this is kind of like a detail, but let's just type this out and I will try to explain. So we will say the gender preference of the other user. If it is in, and this should have a $sign in front. If this is in the current user gender profile, or if it is both. Okay, so you are trying to find, let's say, female accounts, but the preference of that account should also be including your own account. So what I mean, let me just try to explain pretty quickly. So let's say you want to fetch the female accounts and you get the account of, let's say, Jane, but Jane only prefers the account of females. And let's say, by the way, let's say you are John, okay, which is account of male, and you prefer female. So you get the account of Jane, but Jane only wants to see the female accounts. So you will not be able to see the Jane account because she doesn't want to see male accounts. I hope this makes sense, but this is really how the other the dating apps actually implementing behind the scenes. They only show to both of the users only the preferenced genders, to be honest. Okay, so this is gonna be the users that we just fetch. Now we're gonna go ahead and just say res.status of 200, JSON of success, and then just return the users. And in the catch, let's handle it pretty quickly with a console log and 500 success or false internal error. Okay, so I would say just pause the video, take a look at this. These are pretty easy to understand, and even this one, but just try to come up with an example to understand really what's going on here. We basically try to make both of the users happy. And with that, now we just fetch the users to be able to see here on the center, right? So that we can swipe to the right or swipe to the left. The other thing is going to be swipe left function. I will just leave this to the very end because this is a little bit more long, to be honest. So let's go ahead and implement the swipe left function. This is going to be pretty easy, where we'll like to have a try and catch. The first thing that we'll like to do is just get from the request.params where we had the disliked user ID, which is basically this one, right? And make sure this is uppercased. And we will say, let's just go ahead and find the current user. And we're just gonna say if current user dot dislikes, I mean not if, but since this user is disliking that user, we need to just add it into that array. So I hope this makes sense. Let's say just push it into that array, and we will say await current user dot save. Then we can say res dot status 200 success of true, and maybe you can just send a message, or I'll just send the current user. So let's just say user will be current user, which has been updated. Okay, in the catch, let's go ahead, add the console log as well as the 500 message. Now to optimize this function, I will actually go ahead, cut this, and wrap it with an if check. So here, this is what we had. Let's make this to be working consistently. So here, I'll just say if current user dot dislikes, if it doesn't already includes this, so here let's just put the not operator, right? If this doesn't includes, only then add it. So let's say accidentally you call this function twice. In the first one, it is going to run this, but in the second time, it is not going to run it. This is how you can really check for this to not have any errors, right? You don't really want to have the same ID twice in this array. Okay, so that's gonna be it for the swipe left function. Now let's go ahead, try to implement the swipe right function. Again, we're gonna go ahead and just have a try and catch. Const, we'll just say liked user ID, get it from the params, and like let's just try to find the current user. So let's say get the current user, and let's get the liked user as well. Okay, so here we didn't actually fetch the disliked user, but we are fetching it here because we'll be using it. Okay, now let's just say if there is not liked user, we can just return a 404, even though this is never gonna happen because we are only gonna be calling this function if we have the account, right? But let's just add it to have a little bit more robust backend. I'll just say return 404 successful false, user not found. We can add the same thing to here as well. So let's just say but we are not fetching that profile. Okay, that's fine. So we're gonna go ahead and just say just the same if check. If current user likes array doesn't include this ID, only in that case we would like to push into that array. So current user likes array, push this ID, and we're going to save it to the database. Now there is an edge case here. Let's say you swipe this to the right and this user already liked your account. What you're gonna see is an notification. Here it will say new match with John Doe, and immediately you should be able to see it on the matches sidebar. But since this requires real-time notifications, we're going to be handling this later in the video. For now, I don't really want to make this any more complicated. So let's add a to-do here. We will just say to-do send notification if it is a match. And for this, we'll be using Scikit.io. That's why I don't really want to implement the Scikit.io because it'll just make it a little bit more complicated. And so yeah, this will be a to-do that we'll be doing later in the video. But what we can do is to just add an if check. We will just say if liked user dot likes includes the current user ID. So this means if the other user already liked us, it is a match. So let's update the both the users, right? Let's say both users. So this is what we're going to be doing. Let's just say current user dot matches includes the liked user ID, and liked user liked user matches includes the current user ID. And we'll like to save both of them to the database. Now, if you write it like this, first this will run and this will wait. Once this is completed, then this will run. But if you want to run both of them at the same time, we can use await promise.old. This is going to be an array where we would like to really take them like this and separate them with a comma. Okay, now this is a little bit more faster, right? Save both users at the same time. And this could be that to-do where we'll be doing later in the video. For now, this should be good to go. And after this if check, which means we have sent a notification, updated the database, we can send our response. So let's just say success of true and send the current user. And then in the catch, and I think this should be outside of the if. Is this an if check? Okay. So here this should be outside. Okay, make sure this is how it looks. So we had the if check to be able to just make that work in the performant way, and then the real-time notifications. Then in the catch we'll say console log error in swipe right controller internal server error. Okay, there we go. This is what we have. We don't really have any errors. Let's take a look at the code, but looks like we have. So here it says in the user controller file, you are missing the .js extension at the end. Okay, so we should add this. Now let's see. Servers started at this port and MongoDB connected. Okay, so with this, I think we have completed the match controllers as well, where we can swipe to the right, swipe to the left, get matches, and get user profiles. Okay, so with this, I think that's gonna be it for the match routes as well. You can test this out, but I'll be doing it later in the video when we get into the front end section. And like we'll just see if the liking or swiping left is working or not, if the real-time notifications are working, things like that. With that, I think I'll see you in the next section, which is going to be the message routes. Okay, so in this section, we'd like to implement the message routes. So let's go ahead and say router.post method so that we can really send a message. So we'll say /send, and the function is going to be send message, and the other one is going to be a get method where we can really get all of our messages with that conversation. So what do I mean? Let's take a look at it. Okay, let's say you are messaging with John. You only want to get messages between you and John, right? So how can we check for this? Well, basically, we will say conversation and the ID of the other user. So let's say user ID. And we'll say get conversation or get all messages between the conversation. Just go ahead with the name that you would like to go. And like what we want to do is make those protected routes. So one option is to just add them one by one, right? And the other option is to just say router.use the protect route function. So let's say protect route, and now we can delete them from here. And okay, just like that, this will run this first, then it will run these. So it will just make sure that these are protected, right? These endpoints are protected. And we should add the .js at the end. Let's try to create a controller for the messages. And let's say export const send message function async. We'll take the request and response. Let's do the same thing for get conversation. Okay, let's save, try to import them, and we should be good to go. Okay, let's save. Let's go into this function, and I think we can start with the send message. This is going to be pretty simple at first. Let's just say try. We'd like to get the from the request.body. We'd like to get the content of the message, right? Let's say content as well as the receiver ID. Do I have a typo? So receiver ID. Okay, that's fine. We'll just say const new message, and we'd like to create a new message basically, but we don't have the message model. So let's go ahead under the models and create a message model.js, and I will be taking a look at from my notes so that we don't have any typos. Let's say import mongoose from mongoose. So this is going to be pretty easy, to be honest. Let's say const message schema. Like as always, let me just give you actually what we're gonna have so that you can pause the video and just try to do it as a challenge. So each message will have a sender field. This is gonna be type of object ID, right? So let's just say object ID, and the reference is gonna be to the user model. And this will be required. And it's gonna have the same thing for the receiver as well as a content, and this is gonna be type of string, and of course this will be required as well. So go ahead, pause the video and just try to come up with the solution and then watch mine. Okay, so here as I said, we'll have a sender field which is going to be type of ID. So how can we do it? Well, it is basically the same thing that we have done in the user model. So mongoose.schema.types and object ID, it is going to be referencing to the user model because the sender will be a user and receiver also going to be a user, and it is required. So I'll be basically copying and pasting this. This is going to be the receiver. And lastly, for the content, it will be type string and required. Now there is one more thing that you can add. If you have done this like that, it is completely true solution and like correct solution. The other thing that you can add, which is optional, is the timestamps to be true. So if you add this by default in the database, you're gonna have the created at and updated at fields created for you. So it is always a best practice to add this timestamps. Now let's just say const message. Let's say mongoose.model, create this message model based off of this schema and export default this. And what I want to do is go into the user model, do the same thing here, just add the timestamps true so that I can get that created at and updated at fields. And you would be using the created at field to show something like member since and then the created at date, right? Okay, I hope that makes sense. So this is why we are trying to create, and for the messages you can show like the date, right? Here you would show the created at date. Maybe you would put the time like this, the hour and then minute. Okay, so we just created the message model. So let's go ahead, try to import it and make sure you put the .js at the end. Now we'd like to put the message content. So where we have the sender, it is going to be the current user. So request.user.id, and then the receiver ID that we have, and the message content. Okay, so we just created the new message, save it to the database, and again, a to do, send the message in real time, but this would be later in the video when we implement the psych.io part. For now, I just don't really want to make it any more complicated. Let's just say res status of 201, which means something or some resource created successfully. And we'll just say success of true, and we can send the new message. And in the catch, let's just say 500, and we can add a console log for debugging purposes. Say console log error in sent message controller. And here I would like to say internal server error. Let's save. So that was the first function where we just have a to-do that we'll be implementing later in the video. Now we would like to get the conversation between us and then the other user. So first we need to have a try and catch, and probably we can put the user ID above the try. So we'll just say from the request.params get the user ID, and in the try we will just say let's try to find the messages. We'll say await message.find, and here is our filter. Now what do we want to do? We would like to find the messages that are either sent from us and received by this user, or sent by this user and received by us. So sounds complicated, but let's see how we can implement it. So we're gonna have an or field or operator. I don't know how do we call it, but basically we would like to have an or field validator to be able to add our filters. So we'll just have a sender field where the sender is us and the receiver is the other user. So we'll just say receiver is the user ID, or if vice versa, basically, if message sent by the other user and if we are the receiver. We would like to fetch those messages and we would like to sort it. So let's say sort by the created at field. so that we can see the latest message at the bottom, right? And the first message would be at the top. So this is how normal chat applications work, right? Let's just say Razda status 200, and now this is pretty classic, but just return all the messages, handle the catch with a console log, as well as an internal server error. So with that, this is gonna be it for the message controllers as well. Let's take a look at the terminal if we have any errors. Yep, we have. So here it says user is not a valid type of pathref. Where this is coming from? Maybe in the message model. So we have mongoose schema types.object ID. So invalid schema configuration. What does that mean? User is not a valid type at reference, at path reference. Okay, so I was silly enough to not see this type of. This should be just type, just like this. It's my bad. Let's delete this. We don't really need it. Let's save and just try to run this once again. And it is already updated. Let's take a look at the database. It should be working out. We don't really have any users or any messages, but at least we got the collections. So 0 messages and 0 users, but it is working out without any issues. So that's gonna be it for all the different endpoints. The only thing that we are missing for the API folder is gonna be that socket configuration, but this would be a little bit later in the video. So with that, in the next section, we're gonna go ahead and build the client part with our React application. So I'll see you in the next section. Okay, so in this section, we would like to create a React application under the client folder. So I'll just go ahead, open up my terminal. Here you can see I am still running the server because we'll be using it later in the video. So I'll just create a new terminal and I will just cd into the client and just say create a new React application with Vite. So I'll just say npm create Vite add latest, and we'll just put that at the end, which means initialize it under the current folder, which is client in this case. So here you might get this question or not. Press Y if you get it, then it will ask you these. So let's just go ahead, select React and JavaScript. If you really want to, you can go with TypeScript, but just to make it as beginner friendly as possible, I'll go with the JavaScript option. So let's take a look at the client folder. There we go. We just have a bunch of different files and folders, which is going to be our React application. So let's just run npm install, here they say, so that we can get the node modules. Then we're going to go ahead and run the npm run dev. So while this is trying to install everything, let's take a look at the Tailwind setup, or let's just say Tailwind with Vite. Okay, we'll be using Tailwind for the CSS part, and if you have never used it, I think you'll just fall in love with it in this video. So we already created our project, right? We would like to install the Tailwind CSS. So let's copy this, go into our terminal, and hopefully this should be completed just in a second. And we'll just paste what we have copied. Okay, so I'll just paste it. It will run the first line, and once this is done, we should be able to run the second line. So here this is installing the Tailwind, post CSS, and auto prefixer, and if we run this, this should give us a Tailwind config file. So just in a second, we should have it. Okay, there we go. We just got the Tailwind config as well as the post CSS. Now we would like to go ahead, copy this content, and here they say paste it under the Tailwind config. So go ahead, delete everything in this file, and then just paste it. Here you can see this is how that look. Save, and get the index.css. So this is just the setup that we are doing. Delete everything and then paste. Now we can delete the app.css. We don't really need these styling. And we can go ahead, just delete everything here, go ahead, delete everything up here as well. We can just return, let's say, maybe a div or empty fragment. Let's go with that. I'll just say h1, let's say hello world. We can give it some classes. So I'll just say text red 500, which is coming from Tailwind CSS. Now, let's go here, clear up our console, make sure you're under the client, and just say npm run dev, which is going to run it, the localhost under this, like, how do we call it, under this port. I'll go ahead, copy it, and paste it up here. And we should be able to see that hello world text, there we go. And these are the styling coming from Tailwind CSS. So just because we said text red 500, this is working coming from the Tailwind CSS. And if you are not getting these highlights or these auto suggestions, so when you say text, here you can see we just bunch of utility classes. If you cannot see those, go ahead and install this extension called Tailwind IntelliSense. Okay, it is this one. After this, you should be able to have the exact same output as mine. So you can put things like text x large, 5x large. So I don't know, you can put font bold, and if you save, it should be working out as expected. So this is just normal CSS, but already been written for you. Instead of putting your classes here, so you don't really say card and then just add padding, I don't know, like 10 pixels, margin 10 pixels. It is really time consuming, and it is really hard to come up with the class names, right? I remember like I had things like my card, cool, you know, things like boring names. You can't really come up with them. It takes a lot of time. But instead, you can just put everything here. You would say padding x of 5, which means it is equal to 20 pixels. It is 5 units. Okay, we're going to be using those a lot. I think this will be a lot more easy to understand later in the video. Now let's try to do the other other setup that we need, which is going to be the React Router DOM first. So I will go ahead, create a new terminal, cd into the client, and install a couple of packages. So let's shrink the left hand side, say npm install, or I for short, React Router DOM, and I will also get the React hot toast, as well as Axios and Zoo stand. Now let's install all of them, and as we use them, I think we can try to explain each. Basically, React Router DOM will be used to be able to have different pages, links, routes. This will allow us to handle the routing, as the name suggests, and React hot toast to be able to see this kind of cool notifications, where here it says like a success notification. This is a toast, and in the error, this would be red with an X sign. And then we are installing Axios. This is going to be used instead of fetch, which is a lot more comfortable, and Zoo stand for the global state management. So like we're going to be using each of them, and we'll see everything in action. So the first thing that we'd like to do is just wrap our application with the browser router component to be able to make the React Router DOM work. So let's go ahead, import this, and this should be it for this file. And then we're going to go into the app.jsx, create all of our different routes. So I will wrap everything with a div, and I'd like to give a class name. So we'll have the like couple of different classes, and if you're asking why, we would like to have this, let's just see if we can see that. We would like to see this grid layout. Maybe in the video it is not really visible, but basically there is like a white grid. It just makes the application look a little bit more cleaner. And in the other pages, we have different backgrounds, and we'll just see how to make those later in the video. So here I'll go ahead and just say absolute, let's say inset of 0. So it will take the entire screen. Let's say z index would be 10, but we'll just make it minus so that it is always pushed back. Height full with full bg white, let's say, and this should be full double L, let's say bg white, and there's gonna be pretty long class name. I will copy it. You can get the exact same class under this file in the GitHub repo. So this is that class name actually gives that grid, okay? And here we don't really want to have h1, but instead we would like to have our routes. So let's import this. We will have a couple of different routes. So let's say we will have one route for the home page, and let's import this. We'll say if we are visiting the home, just show us the home page component, which is something that we'll create just in a second. Let's say we would like to have the Auth page, and we would like to see that. And we would like to have maybe profile page as well as the chat page. And this would be under the chat and then the chat ID. So this would be the user ID that we're chatting with, and then the profile page of ourselves. So let's try to create those pages. Under the client, under the source, I'll go ahead, create a folder called pages. And again, under the source, we will have the components as well. Let's go ahead, start with the pages, home page.jsx, and I'll be using an extension. So here I can just say RAFCE and get the boilerplate code. For this, I am using React. Like probably everyone knows this, but just in case one of you haven't used it, okay, it is this extension. Go ahead and install it. You can use now RAFCE to get this functional component boilerplate. Then we would like to have the chat page. Let's save this, close this, and we would like to have the Auth page .jsx, and finally the profile page. Oops, this should be a file. Okay, so let's try to import all of them one by one, hopefully. Okay, for some reason we cannot get it. Maybe, do we have a typo? Probably we don't, but VS Code sometimes doesn't work. Let's just go ahead, let the AI complete it. Chat page. Okay, we have this as well as the profile page. Okay, so you can really test this out. I'll be just doing the Auth page. So this is the home page, by the way. The background looks pretty cool. Let's visit the /auth. And there we can see we can get the Auth page. So let's start with the Auth page UI, which is going to be looking like this, where we have a login card as well as a sign up card. So we can switch by clicking to these buttons, right? So I think we can go into the Auth page component and try to just do it. So I'll be taking a look to my notes so that we don't really have any, typos, things like that. Let's say const, if we are in the login state, or let's just have the setter function coming from use state. By default, this would be the login state, so we can see the login card, but we should be able to update this as well. So we're going to be doing that. First, let's just have some classes, such as minimum height of screen, and if you hover over this, you can see it is applying 100 VH for the screen. So this is why Tailwind is pretty cool, right? You just type the classes that you only need. Justify center, background gradient to bottom right. If I can type, this should be like this, and I'll give a little bit space so that you can see the entire class name. And from this color, we would like to go to the pink 500, and padding is gonna be 4. Then inside this div, we will have one more div. This is gonna be our wrapper. We will have the class name of width full. Maximum width is gonna be medium, which is about 448 pixels. Then I would like to have an h2 that says sign up to swipe, which is the name of our application. But if we're in the sign up view, we're gonna see this title. So basically, either it says sign in or create a swipe account, right? And below this h2, we'd like to have one more div. Let's give a couple of classes: background white, shadow of x large, and I'll say rounded of large. Finally, padding of 8. So here in this case, we would like to see either a login card. So I'll just say if we are in the login state, we would like to see login form. Yeah, we can call it as login form or sign up form. And I will just make this U to be uppercased. Let's go ahead and create those under the components. Login form.jsx. Save and close. Let's do the same thing. Copy the name. Paste.jsx. Save. Go ahead and maybe import those. Okay, we cannot get it. Let's do it manually. AI should be able to do it for us, right? There we go. Let's get the sign up form as well. Okay, now below this, and I think this should be under a p tag. No, not really. So, okay, let me just go ahead, shrink this left-hand side. Below this card, we would like to see this section where we say, are you new to swipe? If so, create an account. But else, we would see, already have an account. If so, go ahead and sign into your account. And we also want to see this button, right? So either sign in or sign up, I believe. Let's just try to do it. Below this check, we will go here, have a div with these classes. Let's say class name of margin top of 8 and text would be centered. Then we're gonna have a p tag. Let's say class name for this is gonna be text of small, and you know what? I'll just go ahead and copy it. And you can either type this out or maybe get it from the GitHub repo. I don't really want to waste time by writing these because I am a pretty slow typer, as you can see. And then below to it, we'd like to have a button. And when we click to this, we would like to basically update the state. So if it is login, it would be like if it is true, it would be false. If it is false, it would be true. So this is how we can do it. And we can give some class names as well. I'll just go here, grab the class names. So these are basically some classes just to make it look nice, as you can see on the UI. And here we'll just say, if it is login, create a new account. And if it is in the sign up UI, we'll just say sign into your account. Okay, so these are the buttons that we are creating, either this one or this. Let's just save to see the output. Okay, so we have the login form. If I click to this, I can see the sign up form. Now let's try to build these forms. Maybe we can start with the login one, where we have email as well as the password, and that's it. And also we have the button. So I will go into my login form component. And as you can imagine, we're going to have two different states, one for the email and one for the password. And by default, they are going to be empty strings. Then we will have a form. So let's make this to be a form. And here you can see, even though I am just updating this part, it is also updating the closing tag, right? For this, I am using an extension called auto rename tag. Let's just say auto. Okay, here you can see it is this one. So it's pretty popular and pretty cool one. If you are wondering how that works, so let's just say class name space y of 6. So it gives in the y direction space of 24 pixels. And here we would like to have basically inside this, we would like to have a div. This will keep the email address label as well as the input. So I know this is not really cool to copy and paste, but I'll just be doing it and walk you through it line by line so that we don't really waste too much time. I just assume most of you guys are familiar with these class name kind of thing because this is a full stack tutorial. You already should be familiar with the CSS basics. Okay, so here we have a label that says this is for the HTML4 for the email input, and it should match with the ID. Then we just give it a name, type of email, autocomplete. This should be email autocompletion. You don't really need to have this one, but just in case. Then this should be required. The value would be coming from the state, and on change, it should update the state, right? Pretty basic stuff, nothing complicated. So you can type this out or get it from the GitHub repo. Then we have some bunch of classes just to make the input look nice and accessible. So we have the focus state, ring colors, things like that. And we are even making it responsive. So here we say smaller screens and above, text would be small, but otherwise it would be like X small, right? Things like that. Okay, so you can always pause the video and take a look at the classes, but this was the first input that we'd like to have. So the exact same thing will be for the, I think, the password. So I will go below to this one, right? We're gonna have one label as well as an input. So sorry about this, but I just have to copy and paste. It's about 10 lines of basics, I think, nothing complex. So the type is password. Also, we have the label at the top, and we were just updating the state, and it is the same classes. Okay, so let's just save, see this in action. Okay, so this is the output that we have. Now we'd like to have a button below to it. So I'll go ahead and just here put a button. This is gonna have again a bunch of different classes, and let's just say the type is gonna be submit because this would be submitting the form. And now what I'll be doing, you know what, I'll just go ahead, have a variable for now. Let's just say const loading. I'll make it to be true initially. And if it is in the loading state, we want this button to look like disabled. And like I will put these classes. You can type this out or really get it from the GitHub repo. So what is going on? Okay, so these are all the classes if you want to pause the video. So here we'll just say in the button, if we are loading, it will say maybe signing in. But if it is not loading, it would be sign in. And here we can also say this would be disabled if we are in the loading state. Let's save. Since this is true, here we can see this is disabled. But let's go ahead, make this to be false. This should look like a normal button. It is not disabled. And here we can see it just works out pretty cool because we have a bunch of different classes, right? We have the hover state. It is accessible. So here, when you click to it, you can see the borders change. And yeah, so this is going to be our login form. Now we'd like to do the exact same thing for the sign up form. And as you can imagine, it'll be a little bit more involved, right? We have like 4 different inputs and some more inputs, but they would be checkbox and radio buttons. So let's try to do it. I will close this, go into the sign up form, and let's just try to go line by line. Okay, so as you can imagine, we're gonna have a couple of different states, such as name, email, password, age, gender, and then the gender preference. And let's import the use state from React. Now again, I don't really want to waste too much time on the UI. So just open up the GitHub repo, visit this signupform.jsx file, because there are a lot of things that we'd like to copy and paste. So let's say form, and we're not going to have any actions. For now, let's just say class name is going to be the same thing that we had, and on submit, let's just have this as well. This is going to be like preventing the default for now, and maybe we can make this look like this event.prevent default, and we can just call a function called signup, right? For now, just leave it like this and have this signup function mockup, right? Here we can just say something like alert signup. Okay, now we'd like to have a bunch of different inputs, as you can imagine. The first one is going to be the name. So I am just copying it and pasting it from the GitHub repo. We can do the exact same thing. It is actually the same thing that we had previously. Okay, now we would like to get the email and then the password. So let's just paste this and then the password. Then we're going to save and take a look at it on the UI. Okay, I will save these. And this is what we can see. Now, after the password, we would like to put the age, which is going to be type of number, right? And here we can see the minimum age is going to be 18. For the maximum, we can go with 180. I don't know. I'll just go with 120, which is not really bad. Okay, so like just to have it like for the sake of using, right? Okay, and below to this div, we're gonna go ahead and create the gender box basically, or the inputs. So I can walk you through it. Like up until here, we just had the exact same kind of inputs with the ID, name, type required, and we are updating the state and just a bunch of classes. Now here we have checkbox for the male and for the female, where we have like we're updating the state basically, and we say this is going to be checked if the gender is equal to female, and same for this one, and we just have a bunch of different classes once again. Okay, so this is the last thing that we have added, which was the gender, and below to this, finally we will have the preference. So finally, I'll just go ahead, copy it and paste it. I know this is getting a little bit too much, but I think that's the last thing that we need to add, where we have this checkboxes or radio buttons. So only you can select one at a time. And I don't know why, but this should have a little bit more margin top, right? So we can, did we put it in the wrong place? Yeah, okay, so this should be outside of this div. Now it should have that space. There we go. Finally, we're gonna put our button where it says like either loading or sign up. We don't have the loading state. Let's create it. Now, for now, we are just making this to be how do we call it, like hard-coded value, but later in the video this would be actually depending on the API response. Okay, so here this is the UI that we'd like to have. If we are loading, let's just say true, just to make sure it is working as expected. There we go, it is disabled. Okay, so that was the UI for the authentication, but now it is time to make this work. So what are we going to be doing is to first visit the client, the source folder. And if you remember, we have installed this package called ZooStant as well as the Axios, right? We're going to be using this to be able to send a request to our API, and we're going to be using this for the global state. So what do I mean by this? Let me just show. We're going to go and create a folder called store, and I will call this as use auth store.js. And let's say import the create function from ZooStant. So ZooStant looks incredibly confusing when you first get started, but it is actually super easy to understand. And we're gonna see this in action. Okay, so here we just create a hook where it is called use auth store, and we call the create function, which takes a callback function, and this has the setter function, and here we are returning an object. So let's just say auth user name. Let's just say auth user name is equal to John, right? And let's just say last name is Doe. So auth user, let's just say last name. So how can we use this? Well, basically, we can go into any of these components and just call this hook and get the value. So here I'll go into the sign up form. I will just say call this, import this, and now we can really get from this object any values that we have. So here, if you remember, we are returning an object. So we can destructure this and get these values. So if I just say console.log the auth username and last name, we should be able to see it in action. Now we cannot see it because it was in the sign up form. There we go. Here it says John Doe And we can do the exact same thing in any component now, because this is a global state that we just created. We can use this in any of our pages and components. Let's go into the, I don't know, like into the chat page, home page, doesn't really matter. We will paste that, import it, and let's visit the chat page now. So if we go chat, and this was taking an ID, this could be anything really, and we can get the exact same thing. So I hope this makes sense at this point. We are going to create a state called auth user, and initially this will be null, but in any component we'll be able to access to this value, and we will have even functions here as well. So we'll have like a login function, we will have signup, logout, and we will be able to use those functions in any components. So that was the gist of it, the ZooStat. So let's try to just build this auth store, then we'll be using it one by one. Okay, so I hope this makes sense at this point. The first thing that we'd like to have was the auth user state. Then the other thing I'd like to have is a state for the loading state. So I'll just say checking auth user, right? So I'll just say by default, I think this could be true, because whenever we refresh our page, just for a second, we will just check if this user is authenticated or not. So this is our state, and we'll have a function to be able to check the auth state. So I know this might look a little bit complicated, but we'll just see all of this in action. Okay, now to be able to check for anything or send any request, we'll be using Axios, right? So I want to set this up as well. I will go under the source, create a folder called lib, and I will say axios.js. And here I would like to create an Axios instance. So first, let's say import Axios from the Axios package. We can say export const Axios instance, and this is going to be axios.create, where we have a URL, right? So it takes the base URL, which is going to be localhost 5000/API, because all of our endpoints start with the /API. And then we can put the, let's say, with credentials is going to be true. So this says send the request.cookies in every request. Okay, send the cookies with every request so that the backend could check if you are authenticated or not. Okay, so I'll just have a to-do here. I will say update the base URL here so that it works in the deployment as well. Because in the deployment, we are not going to have a local host, right? We will have an actual URL. So we need to send a request to that URL. For now, we'll just have it as a to-do so that it doesn't get any complicated. But this will be something that we'll be doing later in the video. Okay, now we can use that Axios instance in any of our components. So the first function that I'd like to implement is actually checking for the authentication. So here I'll go ahead and just say try and catch. Let's say await Axios instance dot get method, and we will just put /auth/me. And before to this, we don't really put localhost/API because it is already here. It will always prefix our endpoints with that. Okay, this would give us a result back. Let's say console log res.data. Now we can just also handle the catch. For now, just leave it like this and try to call this function in the app.jsx. So here, how we can really get that function, call this and destructure the check auth. And let's try to run this in a use effect. Okay, just initialize it like this, give a little bit space, check, oops, if I can type, check auth. And here this says, could you please include the check auth here so that I'm happy. Okay, let's go into any page and just refresh. Here it says you are having an error which is related to course. So we can fix this by going to the vite-config.js. And I think we can just say, let's just see, was it server? Yep. We can have the proxy, and I think we can have like /API localhost 5000. So wait, did we had a target field? I think it should be like this. Okay, target is gonna be equal to this, and change origin, let's say true. Save this, and if we refresh, so do we have the same error? Maybe we can kill the client and restart it again. So this is the course error that you can fix in the development. In the production, we don't really need it because we'll be deploying both the backend and the API, both the React app and the API under the same domain. But now let's just see. Okay, we still have the error. Maybe delete this one. Okay, so it is not working. Let's go ahead into the server and handle it with the course package. So I will open up a new terminal. So I don't know why this didn't fix. Probably I'm just having some typo. It is not really important. Let's go ahead and delete this. I'll just say npm install course, and make sure you're installing this under the root so that it would install it for the API. Okay, we're gonna go into the API server.js. We will import the course package from course, and we can really set this up. So let's say app.use course and just call it. Now we should be able to even put some objects. So we can just put the URL, like the origin, which is gonna be 5173. This is our React application, and we can say include the credentials, right? So credentials would be true. Now let's try to see this in the terminal. Okay, so now we don't have the course error, but here it says you're unauthorized, which is correct. We didn't log in into this application. To be able to log in, we need to go into the Auth page and create an account. But what we have done here, this check auth function is actually working. We are sending a request to the auth me endpoint. Now let's try to build the signup function, and we can go above this and just say sign up. Let's say async, and just put a comma here. This is going to be maybe an arrow function. Okay, the signup function will take a couple of different arguments, as you can imagine. So it would take the name, email, password, it would take the age, the gender field, and then the gender preference. Now I will be wrapping this with an object maybe, so that we don't really need to pass them in order, right? So here I will go ahead, say try and catch. And by the way, if this is looking complicated, we will be calling this function in the signup form just in a second. So when we submit this form, we will say call the signup function, which is going to be coming from, let's say const use auth store the signup function, and the loading state, this also can be coming from this, from here, right? So let's have the loading state as well. Let's say this would be false by default, and when we try to sign up, we can make this to be true. So this is how we are going to be using it, right? We have the signup function. We will pass the data, which is going to be, let's say, the name, email, password, the gender, age, and gender preference. Okay, now let's try to implement this under the try. So the first thing we would like to do is just update the loading to be true. And this is how we can use the set method. So this is just the exact same thing, right? We have the state and then the setter value, but in the ZooStand way of doing this, right? So we say make the loading to be true, and we would like to send a request. Let's say axios instance.post to this endpoint, and the data that we're going to send will be the name, email, password, gender, age. So instead of putting all this, we can basically just say the data or sign up data, you can call it anything, and just send it here as an object. Okay, then we're gonna get a result back. Let's say const res, and we will say set the auth user. So let's say auth user res dot data dot user. Now you might be asking, why do we put dot user? It is because this is what we are returning from the auth controller. So from the signup function, once the user signs up, we return the user field. If this was called hello, then you would say hello, right? And we can also say the loading state will be false, but I'd like to just put it in the finally. Okay, so here I'll just say set the loading to be false. And then in the catch, we can show an error. But first, let's here just show something like toast.success, sign up successful or account created successfully. And we'll be importing this toast. But here, let's just say toast.error. And we can just say something went wrong. And before we show this, we can say whatever the coming from the backend. So error dot response dot data dot message. Okay, let's try to import the toast, which is coming from react.toast. Let's say toast react.toast. Now to be able to make this work, we need to import a component called toaster. Okay, after you install this, you should be able to use the toast. Here, just notice I'm using success and error variants. Now let's save, and we have bind this up with the signup form component. When we submit the form, it will call the signup function with the data, and we should be able to sign up. So here I will delete everything and just go here. Let's delete these. For the name, I'll just say John Doe. Let's put in email address, gmail.com. Password is going to be from 1 to 6. Age would be, let's say 22, male, female, and let's just put like 1, 2, 3. We should be able to see an error, and there we go. Everything is working as expected. So that means we were able to submit the form, call the function, send the post request, get an error, hit the catch, and show the toast, right? This is what we hit. And then finally, the loading state became false. And now if we try to sign up with an actual password that is from 1 to 6, and if we say age will be 18 or maybe 15, so we have client validation, but let's just say sign up. Here we go, account created successfully. Let's take a look at it. Refresh. Maybe I should zoom in a little bit. There we go. This is the account of John. Password has been hashed. This is what we have done in the backend. And these are the default values. He doesn't have a biography or an image, but he can always update his profile. Now, even though we signed up, we didn't really log in. Actually, it happened behind the scenes, but we just didn't update the UI. Because if you take a look at the application under the cookies, you can see we have a JWT token. This is what we have created. And so like it is HTTP only. It will expire in 7 days, or yeah, 7 days. And like it is same side of strict. It is not secure because we are in the local host. In the HTTPS, this would be true, which will be in the deployment part. But for now, let's see how we can update the UI. So now that we have signed up, that means we have the auth user state. We can go here, just say, give us the auth user, and we will say if we are visiting the auth page, and if we have the auth user, show us the homepage. Or maybe, you know what, let's just say if user is not authenticated, show the auth page, but else navigate them, say navigate to the home page. And we can close this off. Let's do the same thing for these. So we will say if there is an authenticated user, they should be able to visit the home page, but else if they are not authenticated, navigate them to the auth page. So we can do the same thing for this one. Here we'll go ahead and just say navigate to the auth. So this is how we can really protect our pages in the client. If user is not authenticated, they shouldn't be able to see the chat page. Let's save. Now, since we are authenticated, we go to the home page immediately. And if I refresh, like I am in the auth page, but why does this happening? When the first time you refresh this page, your auth user is null, right? And since it is null, it is hitting, so let's just visit the home page. I just want to show the exact process. So when you go into the home page, I'll just press enter. The auth user is null. For a second, it hits this check. So here it says auth user is null. So I will navigate you to the auth page. But then my check auth runs and my auth user becomes an actual value, but this is gone. So how can we make this work? Well, we can just wait for a second. We can say if we are checking for the auth, is this how we called it? Yeah, checking auth. If we are checking for the, how can we type this? Checking auth. In this case, could you please just return null, or maybe just return a p tag that says loading. Now let's go ahead, refresh, and this never becomes false. Let's see why. In the check auth, we should say finally the check auth should be set to false. Now let's refresh. Okay, this takes me to the auth page still because I'm going to the auth page. I'll just go into the home page. Okay, why this did not work? Let's take a look. I don't really want to cut this out. Let's try to debug this together, right? Okay, so here we just visited the home page. We have the auth user, but it took us to the auth page. So do we get the wrong state? So checking auth, is this the exact same thing? Yes, it is. If this is true, make that like show the loading state, and in the check auth function, okay, we just actually not updating the state, we are just console logging it. So we should say actually set state, and auth user will be whatever the value we got. And if we have a catch block, we can just say set auth user to be null. Now let's try to visit the home page. Okay, here we can see we can visit the home page. It is working as expected, and we cannot really visit the auth page, I believe. Okay, it just doesn't work like that. For a second, probably you cannot see, it is really quick, but we have a loading state for a split second. So let's just see auth. Okay, since we are testing out in locally, you cannot see this, and I don't really want to have a loading page. Instead, I just want to return null. And with this is gonna be this is gonna be it to be able to protect our routes. The other thing will be how we can log out. So in the home page, I will put a button to be able to log out. So I'll just say home page and a button to log out. And when we click to this, we would like to call our logout function from the use auth store. We don't have this function, so let's go ahead and create it. I'll just say on click to this, on click, call the logout function. So maybe below the sign up, we can have the logout. This is going to be an async function, just like this. And we would like to have like try catch. Okay, it looks like I cannot type, but let's just say try catch. We'll say await Axios instance dot post method to the endpoint, which was auth logout, and let's say const res. We can just say if res dot status, if it is equal to 200, we can set the auth user to be null. In the catch, we could just show a message. Let's say something went wrong or you cannot log in. And now we can save and just test this out. So we have a logout button. If I click to this, I am just logged out and I am in the Auth page. So next thing would be to be able to add the login functionality. But I do really hope you're able to see how it is convenient to use this functions coming from ZooStint. We just extracted the logic into this file and we can basically call it in one line. And same thing for here where we check the authentication and for the sign up card as well, right? Now here we can just pause the video and try to implement the same thing for the login. And this is what I'll be doing. So here I'll go ahead, delete this loading state and just get the login function as well as the loading state from the use auth store. And when we submit this form on submit, we'll just prevent the default and call the login function with the email and password. And we need to create the login function. I will actually duplicate this because it would be looking similar. Let's say login and login data. The endpoint is going to be auth login, and we need to pass the login data that user pass. And we can just show something like logged in successfully, or maybe you don't really need it because the UI will be updated. But just let's have it. And finally, we say loading state would be false. Okay, let's try to test this out. This was the email that I have. Now I'll put the wrong password from 1 to 3. And here we can see invalid email or password coming from the API. And for a second, this has the loading state. Here you can see. Now I'll just go ahead, put the actual password. And there we can see logged in successfully and UI updated. So with that, I think that's gonna be it for the authentication store, right? Let me just walk you through it, how everything works once again. So let me just open up the file explorer so that I can show what we have created. So we set it up the Tailwind, and then we set up the the browser router coming from React Router DOM. Then in the app.jsx, we have a bunch of different routes, such as homepage, auth page, profile, and chat pages. And we made all of them to be protected. So if we have the auth user, we show the related page, or else we are navigating them to the related page, which is the auth page. Then whenever the application starts, so whenever we refresh our page, we first check if the user is authenticated. And while we are checking for this, we don't really want to show anything to the user. If you really want to, you can show a loading spinner here, but I'll just skip that. Then once this function runs, which is handled by us in this function, right? We are initializing a ZooStint store where we have a bunch of different functions. And here we just check if user is authenticated or not. And if user is authenticated, this value becomes the actual value or null and updates the UI basically. Then we do the same kind of thing in the sign up form where we grab the values, which is a state as well as a function. We call it when we try to sign up, it handles the logic, and we do the same thing for the login and logout. So I hope this makes sense. In the next section, we can move on with the profile page. So I'll see you there. Okay, so welcome back. In this section, we'd like to build the profile page. So let's go ahead and visit that page. For now, we don't really have anything, but let's just see what we're gonna have in that page. So this is what we'll have, basically the information of the current user, and they should be able to update any of them. Then at the top of this page, we would like to see a header component, which will look like this, where we have the user name and then the profile image. When they click to it, we will see this drop down where we can log out or visit our profile page. And this will be responsive. So if we are in the tablets, this is what we're gonna have. And this is something that we'll add later. But when we click to this menu, we will see this drop down as responsive. Okay, so let's try to go ahead and build everything step by step. In the profile page, let's just first handle the layout, then we will build the header component. So here, let's just delete everything, go into the div, give a class name of minimum height of screen, and we'd like to have background gray of 50. Then we can put a flex as well as a flex column for the direction. And we'll go ahead, create the header component. So this is going to be self-closed, and let's try to build it now. Under the components, we'll say header.jsx. So this will be a lot of code, but mostly it'll be UI. So let's try to go ahead and build it step by step. So the first thing we'd like to get is going to be the auth user as well as the logout function, because we'll be using them in the header component. So let's say grab them from the use auth store. Then we will have two different states. So we'll say one for the if drop down is open and set drop down open. By default, this would be false. And when user clicks that button, we will make it to be true. And we will say const if the mobile menu is open or not. And again, by default, this is gonna be false. Then we'd like to keep track of that drop down with a reference. So let's say drop down ref, and this is gonna be a use ref. Let's say import this dude, and just go ahead, implement the return logic, which is going to be our JSX. So let's say we'll have a header component or header tag, class name of background gradient, where we are going from this color to this one. It is a subtle change, but it looks pretty cool. So I will get the class names to speed up the process a little bit. We're going from this color to this one via this color, and we have a little bit of shadow. Then we would like to have a div where we have the class name of maximum width of 7x large, which is about 1280 pixels, mx auto, so that the content is being centered, padding x04, and smaller screens and above, padding x would be incremented, and in the large, it will be incremented a little bit more. Then we would like to have one more div where we have the class name of flex, justify between, and items would be centered, and padding y of 4. Inside this, we'll have one more div. I think this is the last one, where we have a flex as well as the item center. Now I'll save to get this formatting. Then we'd like to have a link element coming from React Router DOM, and this will have an href, or I'm sorry, the to property. So if we click to this, we'll like to go to the home page, which is going to be our logo. So let's say flex items would be centered and space x of 2, let's say. And this will have a flame icon, which is going to be coming from Lucid React. So let's say cd into the client and npm install lucid-react. This is going to be the icon library that we'll be using. And this is going to have the class name of, let's say, width 8 and height 8. And we can give the text of white. Okay, now we need to import this coming from Lucid React. Let's say import flame Lucid React, and we'll be using two different icons, or maybe even three. Let's say user, logout, as well as the menu, and make sure the this O is uppercase. Okay, we'll have the flame, and we can put a span where we'll put the name of our application, which is what I called swipe. You can call this anything, but let's say text would be 2x large, font would be bold, and text would be white as well. Then we will say this would be hidden, but smaller screens and above, this would be visible. So it would be inline. Okay, so this is gonna be for the left hand side for the logo. So below the link, go into one div below, and we'd like to have one more div. So let's say a div, we'd like to have some classes. This would be hidden, but medium screens and above, this would be flex. So items would be centered, space X would be 4. Then here we're gonna go ahead and just check if we have the auth user. If so, we're gonna render this part, or else we'll render this part. So let's start with this one. I think we'll just say we'd like to have a button, or I'm sorry, we'll have a div. Let's create this, close that off, and we'll go into this div. It will be class name of relative. Then this would have the ref of drop down ref. So this is the drop down that we're trying to handle with. So let's just say button. This is gonna have the on click function where we'd like to call this and update the state. So set drop down open will be negated. So if it is true, it'll be false, and vice versa. Flex items would be centered, space X of 2, and I think I'll just say focus outline would be none. And in this button, we would like to have the image as well as the username. So let's just see in the UI. Okay, so we are gonna have, wait. So I think we're not gonna have the image, but we'll just have the user.name. No, actually, okay, so this is what we are trying to build, this section, and this is the reference for the dropdown. So we'd like to have the user image as well as the username. So this is currently what we are building. Okay, in the button, I will say just have an image where we'd like to have, let's close this off and go here, have a source. So I will say source is going to be equal to auth user dot image. But if this is empty, we'd like to see a avatar, right? A placeholder. So I'll just say avatar.png, and we don't really have it. I will provide this to you. You can get it, and from the GitHub repo, put it under the public folder. So it is going to be in the public folder if you take a look at the GitHub repo in the description. So I will go ahead and drag and drop this into here, avatar.png. This is how that look. Okay, if user doesn't have an image, we'll be using this. Then we can put some classes where I'll be getting those like this. We have width, height, object cover, and rounded full. Then for the alt, let's just say user image. Then next to this image, we'd like to have a span where we show the auth username and class name. Text would be white, font would be medium. Okay, below to this button, we're gonna go ahead and have the drop down. So I think I'll just copy this and walk you through it. So below the button, okay, if drop down is open, we would like to see a link that takes us to the profile page of the user, right? /profile, and we can log out. So this is exactly what we have just built. We have the icons as well. And below to this, and let's just delete these spaces. If user is not authenticated, we would like to show this part where we have login and sign up buttons. So I think I'll just go ahead and copy this, then walk you through it. Okay, you can get them from the GitHub repo just like me, or pause the video, type it out, right? So if user is not authenticated, we'll see the login and register buttons. And below to this, we'd like to just have one more thing. Let's just see, go below to this link, below to this div. We'll have a div. Let's say class name is going to be medium screens and above. This would be hidden, right? And into this, we'll have a button where we can add an on click, and we'll just update this state. If it is open, it would be false, and vice versa. Class name text would be white and focus of, let's say, outline none. And inside this, we'll basically have a button or an icon called menu. Let's say class name, width 6 and height 6. And there's a shortcut for this where you can just say size 6. And if you hover over this, here you can see the width and height has been implemented. Now let's save and just go ahead, import the header, and just see this in the profile page. I will go ahead, visit the profile. And here we go. This is what we have built. We can click to this, see the drop down. We can click outside, nothing happens. So let's add a use effect for this, where when we click to the outside of this drop down, we would like to close that off. So here I'll just go ahead and have a use effect. Okay, so here I will just say const handle click outside. This is gonna take the event. For now, let's leave the function as it is. And here we'll just say document. Let's say document, add event listener, mouse down. So if we click to the document, we'd like to call this function. And what we'll be checking here is gonna be if the dropdown ref dot current is available, and if it contains the event dot target. In this case, we can just say set dropdown open to be false. And just to optimize this and just handle the performance, we can clean up this, clean this up basically, right? Document dot remove event listener, and then just put the exact same thing. Now let's try to test this out. This is open. If I click outside, this is being closed. And let's see if this is responsive. Okay, there we go. When I click to this, nothing happens because we didn't implement that part. But so far, this is working as expected. Let's try to add the mobile menu. So I think below to this div, we'd like to add it, which is going to be not too much long, right? So below the menu, below the button, below to this div, and this div, just go above the header. And here I'll just say mobile menu. So I don't really want to type all this out. You can grab this from the GitHub repo. We are never going to change this. So let's save and take a look at it, and I'll just walk you through it. So this is what we have built. If it is closed, we don't see it. And if it is open, we can see these. So here we just say again, if user is authenticated, show the profile and logout buttons or the links. And if not, we'll show the login or sign up buttons, which will take us to the Auth page. So there is a mistake here. This should be Auth. And I think we had the same thing above. Not register, but this should be Auth. Okay. So let's try to test this out. If I click to this, this will take me to the profile page. And if I click to this, I am logged out. Okay, so it is working as expected. Now we'd like to build the form itself for the profile page, right? So let's try to go ahead and log in first. Visit our profile page. So /profile. And we'd like to build this form where we can get the values from the auth state by default. So we're going to go into the profile page and first try to get our state from the use auth store. we'll say use auth store and grab the auth store object. And now, as you can imagine, we're gonna have a bunch of different states, right? So we'll have the name. Let me just actually grab a bunch of them. So we'll have the name, bio, we will have the age, gender, the gender preference, as well as the image. Let's get the use state. Here this should be auth user, by the way. I just made a mistake because this is how we called it. Okay, so the default value is whatever the auth user has in the database, right? And you just fallback this with an empty string so that we don't really have any errors. And now we are going to be building another store to be able to update the user profile. So we're going to go into the store, and I will say use maybe user store.js, and we'll do the same thing, get the create function from ZooStand, and we will say export const use user store. Okay, this is going to be calling the create function, which takes a callback and it returns an object. This takes the setter as the first argument. So we're going to come back to this in a second. From here, maybe we can have, I think, a state called loading, and by default, let's say this is going to be false, and then a function called update profile. So we're going to call this with a data to be able to update the profile. So for now, maybe I'll leave it like this, or maybe we can actually implement this. This is going to be pretty easy to do. We'll have a try and catch, and as soon as we start calling this function, we'll say set loading to be true, and finally this would be false. And after here, we're going to call the Axios instance with a put method to the / users, and I think we called it as update. Let's take a look at it from user routes. Yeah, it is just /update. And now we're going to go ahead, put the data, which is the data that user passes. And if this is done correctly without any issues, we can just say, I think toast.success, profile updated successfully, and then let's have an toast.error with the error message coming from the database. So this is the entire function that we would need. We're going to be calling this here on the profile page, but maybe it would be better to first build the UI. So here let's have a user ref. So I'll just say file input ref. We'll be using this to be able to upload an image, and we will have those function as well as that state. Let's say const from coming use user store. We'll have the loading state as well as the update profile function. Okay, now here I'll go ahead, just also have const handle submit function. This doesn't have to be async. Let's say event.prevent default so that it doesn't refresh the page. Prevent default, and just call the update profile function with the data. Okay, so we're going to be calling this function when we submit the form, as you can imagine. Now below the header, we'll go ahead, create a div where we'll say the class name flex row, I think, and flex column, justify centered, padding y of 12, padding x of 4, and we will just increment this as the screen gets larger. And we'll like to have an h2 that says your profile. So just like here, this is what we are trying to do. I will just paste it with the classes. Then we'll like to have one div, or maybe even two different divs, and we're going to put our form into it. So below the h1, below the h2 and this div, I will paste these divs. Okay, let's just make sure it looks like that. And here inside, we're gonna have a form. So let's say form, and maybe I can save this to get this formatting. For the action, we will say on submit. We will call the handle submit function. And now into this form, we will build all these inputs one by one, right? So I'll go ahead into this form, first create a div and just put it like one by one, right? We have a label for the name, and this is the type of text. The value is the name state, and on change, we are just updating it. Okay, let's just save. Maybe I can give a little bit space so that you can see the entire classes. And if we take a look at it, we already have the current name that has been put in because we are using the default value as the auth user name, right? So we're going to do the same thing for the other fields. So that was the first one. Maybe I can put some comments to make this a little bit more readable. And we will say after the name, we're going to have the age, I believe. Yeah, we have the age, then the gender, so on and so forth. Let's go ahead below the age. We're gonna put the exact same thing where we're only updating the value and then on change with the actual state. Then below to this, we're gonna put the gender field. Now here, what are we gonna be doing? Let's just see this in action. I will paste it, save, and take a look at the output. Okay, now I'll just walk you through it. So we didn't got the spacing. Maybe we have a typo. Let's take a look at it. So here maybe we should have on the form, we should have some classes to give some spacing, right? I will say class name of space y of 6, and we can save this, then take a look at the output. Now they have been spaced out. And now let's take a look at this, what we have done for the gender field. Here I'll go ahead and give a comment. Okay, so we have the title where it says gender, and then we are mapping through these two items. We got the options, and we say the value is gonna be whatever the option is, but lowercase it. So it would be male, all lowercase, and same for the female. But we're using it in the option as like the uppercased one, right? So male and female, so that it would look like this. Then for the on change, whenever we type something in, or whenever we select, right, it actually converts them to the lowercase so that it actually matches with the database. So if you take a look at the user model, here you can see we had all lowercase, right? That's why we are trying to make it to be lowercase basically. And we'll do the same thing for the gender preference. So we'll go here, I'll say gender preference. And basically we will have for the preference the both option as well. Then we'll just do the same thing basically, right? And it just works one at a time. And when you refresh the page, it actually gets the default values from the database, which is coming from the auth user. Now we'd like to put the biography as well. So here I'll just say bio. Maybe we can delete this space and put the same thing where we are just updating these values. Then finally we will have the image. So below here, we'll go ahead. Maybe we can just take a look at it. This is how that look for the biography. And finally the image component. Now let's delete the on change. I'll just walk you through it first. Okay, Now we have this beautiful looking button that says upload image, but it is actually initially looking bad, right? So if I delete this, we have this not really good looking input element. This is the HTML input element for the file, but we make this to be hidden, and instead we say when we click to this button, you should open up the input, right? So here we say on click to this beautiful looking button, you should click to this input, which is the file input ref. So I'll go ahead and click to this. So I just clicked to that, and here we can see I got my file explorer. So I'll just do it again. There we go. This is how that look. So this is that logic that we are trying to do by clicking to the button. We are actually in the background clicking to this input so that it would open up the input element. And we're gonna say if we have an image, like if we select an image, we would like to see it here, just like in the demo application. And for this, we need to have a function to be able to keep track of the image change. So we will go into this input, and I will say on change, call a function called handle image change. And we're gonna create this just in a second, but let's go here. We will say if there is an image selected, which is our state, we would like to render this part. Here we have a div with the class name of margin top of 4, and here we will have an image. The source is going to be the image, right? And alt could be like user image, and let's give a bit of classes. We'll say width 48, height would be full, object cover, rounded, MD. Okay, and finally we're gonna have this save button at the bottom. So this is looking a bit longer, so that's why I'll just go ahead and copy it, paste it, where the type is submit. We have a bunch of different classes, and depending on the loading state, we update the text as well as the disabled state. Now let's create this function, and we should be good to go. So here I'll go ahead, say const create my function, and here basically we would like to take the image and convert it to the base 64 string. So I will take the event, and we will say const file. This is the file that user just selected. So say target.files, get the first one that user selected, and we'll say if there is a file. Let's go ahead and run this part. We would like to create a reader, which is an API that is in the browser, file reader. Then we will say reader dot on load end. Let's say on load end. This is going to be an arrow function where we would like to set the image with the reader.result. And below to this, we'll just say reader.read as data URL, which is this file. Now let's go ahead and just console log the image so that we can see the base 64 format in the console. Okay, so initially the image is null because we don't have anything selected. And let's try to upload an image. I will select this one. And here you can see, we can just see the image in the UI. And also we can see this huge text, which is our base 64 image. And here we can see it starts with like data colon image. Let me just show this. Okay, data colon image. And if you remember in the backend, when we try to add the image, here I said we'll be using base 64 format. And I said I'll be explaining this once we get into the UI part, and here is what we have just done. When we upload an image, we are actually uploading uploading it in the base64 format, which is this huge giant string. And now we can try to save and make this work. So first of all, I don't want to upload an image. I just want to update maybe my age. So I'll make this to be 25. I'll just say save, profile updated successfully. Let's take a look at the database. It is it is 22 by default. When we refresh, this should be 25. And there we go. It has just been updated. And we can update any of these fields. Now let's try to upload an image and add a bio. So I'll just say, I don't know, cat lover, and let's say coffee addict. And I will upload an image. Since we are John, let's go with a male image, and I will just say save. Now this will take a little bit longer, like 1-2 seconds, because image has been uploaded. Let's refresh. We should be able to see a URL which is coming from Cloudberry, right? And this is the image that has been uploaded, as well as the bio has been updated. Let's take a look at the Cloudberry so that we can see if the image is actually being uploaded. And here we go. This is the image that I just uploaded, and it works as expected. Okay, so with that, we have built the profile page as well. And I think this is also responsive. Let's take a look at it. Okay, it just works out without any issues, right? Okay, like up until here, which is completely fine. This is one of the smallest phones that you can get. Okay, so with that, I'll see you in the next section. Okay, so in this section, we would like to build the homepage. Currently, this is what we have, and we would like to have this kind of a UI where we have the sidebar on the left, and on the right hand side, we would like to have the header component at the top, and then the user profiles in the middle, so that we can swipe to the right and to the left. This is going to be responsive, so let's take a look at it. I think it should be here. In the mobile screen, we're going to see this icon, and when we click to it, the sidebar will open up from the left hand side, and we will be able to see this like icon so that we can click to it and this would close. And this will also have some loading states if we are loading the sidebar component, right? If we are loading the matches, this is the UI that we're going to see. And once it has been loaded, it will be actually swapped with the actual matches. So keeping all this in mind, let's go ahead and create a sidebar component. And for now, let's just have it as a boilerplate code. We're going to go into the home page, maybe just delete this, maybe everything basically. We'd like to have a div with a couple of different classes. And let me just go ahead, just say class name, maybe shrink the left hand side, and let's say class name. We would like to have flex direction of column, and larger screens and above, the flex direction would be row. And we would like to have minimum height of screen. We would like to have background gradient to bottom right, and we would like to have from pink 100 to, let's say, purple 100. Then we can give the overflow to be hidden, and feel free to change the colors if you really want to. Then we're gonna go ahead import the sidebar component. Now let's try to build it. So I'll just go inside the sidebar component, and we'll be having a bunch of different classes in the first div. So let's say class name, say class name, and this is gonna be dynamic. So let's put the backticks as well as the curly braces, and this is gonna be dynamic depending on a state called is open. And let's say set is open. Let's say is open. This is gonna be a use state, and by default this could be false. So let's go ahead, try to import the use state, and I don't know why I don't get suggestions, so maybe I'll just say Ctrl+Shift+P and developer reload window. So sometimes when you do this, VS Code starts to give you these suggestions, and we're gonna see if that will work or not. So say use state from React, and this is going to have a bunch of different classes. So let's just give a little bit space and we'll have fixed, or maybe I can just really go ahead, grab all of them and then try to walk you through it. So this would be always fixed, and we say inset y of 0 so that it would be taking the entire height. Left of 0, z index of 10 will give a little bit of width, background color, shadow, overflow of hidden, transition, transform, duration 300 milliseconds, ease in and out. So here, this is how that look. And depending on the is open state, we're going to actually update the X position. So if it is closed, that would be go outside of the screen. But if it is open, it would be go inside, right? It would be in the view. Okay, now let's just delete this text. We're gonna have a div with class name of flex, flex column, and height of full. And below to this, we'd like to have the header of the sidebar, which is going to be that text with the border below to it. And maybe I can actually grab this. So we are going to have this X icon coming from Lucid React. Let's go ahead and import that as well. Import X from Lucid React, and we'd like to have a function that would toggle the state. So let's say const toggle sidebar. This would be setting the is open, just negating the is open field. So if it is true, that would be false, and vice versa. Okay, now we can just save and see this in action. Okay, we cannot see the X icon because we are not in the mobile view. If we go into the mobile view, it'll be closed, and just take a look at it here. Like for a second, you're gonna see the X icon, right? Okay, and we'll just make this to be open just in a second. So let's just try to keep building. We just got the header component. Below to this header, we would like to have the scrollable content area. So here I'll just go ahead, say a div with these classes. So I'll just say flex of row, overflow y of auto, and padding of 4, z index of 10, and relative. Okay, now let's just have a variable called loading. By default, this could be true, and we can have matches. These are the values that will be changing later in the video, but for now, let's just keep them hard-coded. And we'd like to build a loading state that look like this. And if we don't have any matches, we'll just show something like, you don't have any matches, keep scrolling or keep swiping until you find one, something like that. So let's try to build that loading state UI. So I'll just go ahead, copy it from the GitHub repo, from this file. You can do the exact same thing. Just go ahead, visit the sidebar component and paste this loading state. And import this loader from Lucid React. And let's do the same thing for no matches found component as well. Okay, let's import the heart. And here this says you cannot use single quote. So we can just skip this with a pause and semicolon. So if you hover over this, you can just see the exact same thing and use one of these. So this is some really weird ESLint warning, but we just have to use it. And this should be hard with a single T. Okay, let's save, and we should go inside and just try to keep track of it. So here I'll just say if we are loading, then show us the loading state component, and else just say hey for now. Okay, so the loading, is it true? Yeah, it is true, but for some reason we cannot see anything. So I'll just go ahead, put it inside here. Is it the reason? Okay, so it should be actually not here, right? Just go ahead, put it into this div, right? So below to the button, below to this div, just have this loading state, and we can see this now. And we will say if loading is not true, instead of showing hey, we will have another check. So I will say maybe if the matches dot length, if if it is equal to 0, and let me give a little bit space. Okay, so if the matches.length, if it is equal to 0, then we'll like to show this component called no matches found. And else you can just say hey now. Let's try to see this. I will go ahead and make this to be false. Now it'll say no matches yet, right? And if we had some matches, let's just say, let's just make it an object with an underscore ID. I will say ID of 1 and name of, let's say, Jane Doe. Now we can go ahead and replace it with the actual matches. So here I will say matches.map, just get each match, and we would like to render this part where we have a link not coming from Lucid React, but it should be coming from React Rotterdam. So let's say a link, this should be inside the curly braces coming from React Rotterdam. Okay, now we can give this the key of match underscore ID. This would take us to the chat page. Let's say / instead of profile, this will be chat / the match underscore ID. And obviously this is gonna have maybe not any classes. For now, let's just leave it like this. Then we can just put the match.name. Okay, so here we can see this is how that look, but we would like to have this kind of a UI where we have an image that has a border as well as the text. So we can actually replace this with a div, which is going to have a bunch of different classes. So just to make this a little bit faster, I will copy it, paste it, and we'll go through it. So it will be flex, items would be centered so that they are vertically centered, right, in the Y direction. Margin bottom of 4, cursor pointer. On the hover, we'll just change the background of 50, padding of 2, rounded large, transition colors, and duration 300 milliseconds. And we would like to have an image component, right? So for the source, let's just say it would be match.image. And if user doesn't have an image, we can just put an avatar.png. And this is an image that I will provide you that will be putting into the public folder, I was going to say, but looks like I have already done this. So probably we just done this previously in the video. So I think you already have this file. If you don't, go into the GitHub repo from the description, and under the public folder, grab this file, put it under this public folder as well. Okay. Now for the alt, we can just put user avatar, and this is gonna have a couple of different classes. So let's say class name, width 12, height 12, or instead we can just say size would be 12. It is the same thing. Let's say object of cover, we're gonna go with this, rounded full so that it is a circle image, margin right of 3, let's say border of 2, and then the border pink of 300. Below to this image, we would like to have one more element, which is going to be h3. This is going to keep the match name, and then the class name of, let's say, font semi-bold, text gray of 800. Okay, hopefully this should be it. Let's take a look at it. This is the UI that we have. When we hover over this, we can see the background color changes a little bit, and I think this looks pretty cool. Once we clicked it, this would take us to the chat page, which is something that we'll build later in the video. Okay, now I think we need to fetch those matches. And for this, we're going to go ahead and build a component. We're going to build a store, but I think we haven't completed this. So there is just one more thing that we need to add, which is going to be a toggle button for the mobile. So let's go ahead, wrap everything with a fragment. Okay, so let's just cut this, go below to the very last div, just here, and below to this very last div, we're gonna create one button, and this is gonna be for the mobile screens. So let's say class name, larger screens than above, this would be hidden, this would be fixed, top of 4, left of 4, let's say, padding of 2, background pink of 500, and text would be white, let's say, rounded of MD. Finally, z index of 0 should be fine. And on click to this, I think this should be inside. Let's give a little bit spaces. On click, we'll just call the toggle sidebar function, and then we'll have a message circle icon coming from Lucid React. And let's just say size would be 24. Now let's save and just see this in action. This should be responsive at this point. Okay, so here we can see this is how that look. When we click to it, this would be open, and when we click to this, it's going to close it, right? Now this looks like floating around, but it will actually be in the header component as we add the header just in a second. So it should actually look like this. Okay, now let's build the match store so that we can actually fetch those matches from the database. I will go showing everything under the client source store, and we will say use match store.js. And as always, we will build this with the zoo stand. So let's say import create from zoo stand const, and we should be exporting this. Use match store, which is going to be the create function. It will take a callback and it will return an object. And as the first argument, this would be the set. Now we're going to have the matches state, which is going to be an empty array for now. Then it will be loading state. By default, this would be, I think this could be false. We could go with the true as well. For now, let's just have it as false. Then we can have a function to be able to fetch our matches. So I'll just say get my matches. And this is going to be an async function. Let's make this an arrow function. And we will have a try catch. Let's say try and catch. Here we would like to just send a request to our endpoint and get the matches. So I will say await Axios instance, and we need to import this. I think that was an import like this, not default. So from just go into the lib Axios file. Let's double check if this is the case. It should be instance like this. Okay. So Axios instance, we just get this. Now we would like to send a get request to our endpoint, which was just /matches. And this is going to give us some response back. And we can say set the matches. Let's say matches res data dot matches. And before we even try, we can just say the loading will be true. And finally, it would be false. And in the catch, that means we are not able to fetch the matches. So we will make the matches to be an empty array here as well. And we can show a toast. Let's say from react.toast, and we'll say toast.error, and we can show the error message. Okay, now we should be able to call this function and get our matches. For this, we're going to go into the sidebar component, and we will just use it in a use effect. So let's say use match store, and we're going to import that function. Let's say get my matches. We're going to get the matches state as well as the loading state. Now we can delete these, and we'll import the use effect. We're just going to call the get my matches function. And this tells you to put the get my matches into the dependency array. Okay, let's save. Now in the database, we don't have any matches. So we're going to go ahead and hit the no matches found state. But we'll be adding them later in the video, right? So for now, here we can see this actually shows us that we don't have any matches. And when we just refresh for a split second, we have a loading state. I'm not sure if you can see it, but I can see it here. Here it says it's like loading for a second, but then it fetches that it's an empty array, so we just see this UI. Okay, so this is how we can get our matches. So this is gonna be it for the sidebar component. We can close this and we can build another function to be able to get the user profiles. And these user profiles are gonna be the actual profiles that we see here so that we can swipe them, right? So here I'll just say user profiles, and by default this is gonna be an empty array. Then we'd like to have the same kind of a function actually. So I will duplicate this and I will say get user profiles, and the state would be true before we try to actually do anything. And get, the endpoint is gonna be, if you remember, it was /matches /user -profiles. And let's just make sure if that was the correct. So I'll just go into the match routes. Okay, it is user -profiles. And then we're gonna get the users. And if you don't know, like, if you're not sure if it is called users, you can always check back your match controller where we have this function, and what do we return is the users field. So that's why we're just calling .users. And I think that should be it for this, where we get the user profiles, and now instead of updating the matches, this should be actually the user profiles, because this is the state that we are trying to update. And if we catch an error, this is going to be an empty array, the default, and finally the loading state would be false. So I think that should be it for the get user profiles. We can go into the homepage component and just try to call it. Now you might be asking, why do we have just only one loading state? And that would be pretty good question. So maybe we should fix this. Now, because we're using the same loading state for both get my matches and get user profiles. So we cannot really just go here and say like use match store and use the loading state and like get user profiles. So we can use this loading state like this. This is completely fine, but we are also using it for the sidebar component, and this is not really a good approach. So what we can do is just say is loading my matches, even though name is a bit long, but I think that's fine. Let's say we should be updating this state, and we're gonna have one more, and this would be is loading user profiles. Now we can actually update it with this state. Okay, now they have completely different state, right? So we can just say instead of this, we're gonna say is loading user profiles, and in the sidebar we will say instead of loading we will have is loading my matches. And let's update this. Also, we should update this one. Okay, now this is a lot more better. So we just optimize this code. Okay, so here we'll just say use effect, and we're just gonna call the get user profiles function. And let's import the use effect. Now I think we can just console log this, even though we're just gonna have an empty array, but that's fine. Let's say user profiles, and we should show the user profiles state. Okay, so here we can see we don't have any user profiles other than our profile, so the backend returns us an empty array. Now what we can do is actually go ahead, log out from this account and create multiple different accounts, which would take about 10 to 15 minutes. Like we need to just give it a name, add an age, gender, and maybe profile images, which is a really boring process. So what we're going to do, actually do it programmatically. So go under the API, create a folder called seeds, and we're gonna create a file called user.js. And in this file, now I will provide this to you and I'll try to explain. So head over to the GitHub repo, find this file and copy the content and just paste into it. And let's try to explain what this does. Basically, we have a bunch of different imports. Then we have some male names as well as female names. We're going to create all of them in the database. And we have some gender preferences as well as some biography descriptions. So we will just go ahead, call this function, which is going to connect to the database, delete every user in the database, and create some male and female users. Then it'll just insert them into the database. And here you can see this is how it does, just randomly generating some ages, names, genders, and for each gender we have this image format. So if it is a female, it would be like /female/1.jpg all the way up to, I don't know, like we have 12 different female names, right? And it will do the same thing for the male, and we're going to be having these images, so it would be like female 2.jpg, 3, 4, 5, all the way up to 12. And it will give a password to each of them, which would be password 123. Now let's try to run this file, and I think we're going to see this in action. I will open up a new terminal, and I will say maybe node, we'll like to go under the API folder, we'll like to go under the seeds, under the user.js, and then just run this file. Okay, so here it says this should be a string. Let's see. MongoDB URI. Okay, here we just call it as Mongo URI, so this should be Mongo URI. And maybe you're not gonna get this error because you will see this version in the user.js file. But now I'll just run this once again, and it should say this console log, right? Here we go, database seed successfully with users having concise bios. Okay, let's take a look at the database. Let's refresh. Now we just had one user, but now we should have 20 different users, or yeah, maybe more than 20, I don't know, maybe 21. Yeah, we have 21 different users, and here you can see the password are being hashed. They have like different email addresses, just a bunch of different information. So let's try to see these in action. If we go here, open up the terminal. Now if we refresh, probably we are logged out because this deleted our account. As you can tell, when we run this script, it deleted every single user. So let's go ahead and create a new account from scratch. I will be John Doe. My password is going to be from 1 to 6. Age would be 22, let's say, male, female, and sign up. Now, if we take a look at the console, here we can see we got 8 different suggestions. And these are the female accounts that we have created, right? Okay, now we can actually show them in the UI. So I will go ahead, close this, close these, and like below the sidebar, maybe we can add the header and then actually build that like these cards. Okay, so let's go into the homepage. Below to this sidebar, I will have this div with these classes. Then let's close this off, save this to get this formatting. Then inside we will have the header component. Let's try to import it from the components. So it should be just like this. And let's say header from here. And below to this header, we're gonna have a main component or HTML tag. We'll say flex of grow. This is gonna be flex column, and we'll say gap of 10. This should be separated. Justify centered, items centered, padding of 4. Then we'll have relative as well as overflow being hidden. Now we'd like to have again a loading state. maybe before that we can just go ahead and say if the user profiles dot length, if it is greater than 0, and we can just say if it is not loading. So is loading user profiles is false, then we'd like to see this right hand side, which is going to be, let's just say users found. For now, let's just keep it like this. And below to here, we'd like to have these edge cases where we'll say if there is no user profiles, we can show a component for this. Let's say user profiles dot length is equal to 0, and if we are not loading, we can just show a component called no more profiles. And we're going to create this just in a second, and we can just show if is loading user profiles, we're going to show a loading state. So I will go ahead, grab them from the GitHub repo, and let's call this as loading. Okay, this should be a loading UI. Let's just say loading UI, get the from the Lucid React. Now let's try to see this in action. I'll just make this to be true so that we can see it on the UI and comment this out for a second. Okay, if we refresh, this did not work. Let's see, header.jsx. So here it says it doesn't exist. How it doesn't exist? Okay, let's go into the header component. Okay, let's just say export default. But if we change this, I think everything will crash. Maybe I'll just go ahead and instead just make this to be like this. Okay, here we can see now we have the loading state, and let me close this. If we bring this back, and now I'll just say if this part is true so that we can really see it on the UI. But here that was the loading state. So here it says no more UI, I mean no more users, right? But otherwise we can just show the user profiles. So I hope this makes sense at this point, and I just messed this up, sorry. Okay, let's just uncomment this, and this should be the loading state. Okay, now we're gonna go ahead and actually build this component because we have a bunch of users in the database, and here it says users found, and they're gonna be this swipe area component, right? So let's say we would like to see the swipe area component, which can be a self-closed, and we will also have a component called swipe feedback. And this is going to be, let me just show this. When we swipe to the right, like we're gonna see a text called liked, and this is gonna be that swiped feedback. And when we swipe to the left, this is going to say passed. So just keep that in mind. Let's create these components. I will say swipe area.jsx, and we would like to create the swipe feedback component as well. Okay, let's try to import these. I don't know why my VS Code doesn't really work in terms of imports, but okay, let's just get the swipe feedback as well. And here we can just update this or replace this with add a pause so that it does not really warn us. Now we're gonna go ahead and build the swipe area component. And for this, we're gonna need a package, which is going to be to have this kind of swipeable cards. And I will open up my terminal, just cd into the client, and just cls, clear everything up. We'll say npm install react-tinder-card. And this should give us that package. which will really allow us to swipe these cards. So we're gonna go into here. Let's try to import them. We'll say import Tinder card from React Tinder card package, and we will have the match store as well. I'll just say import use match store from this, and we'll like to have like call this use match store and grab some values, which is going to be our user profiles state for now. Then later in the video, we're going to have the swipe right and swipe left function. Now let's just try to build the UI. So here we will return a div with the class name being relative, width of full, maximum width of small, and height would be 28 rem. And inside we're going to say just go ahead and map the user profiles, just get each user and return this Tinder card component. And this is going to be taking a bunch of different props. So let's just first give a class name of absolute, and shadow is going to be none. And now what do we want to do? Just give it a key so that React is happy with us. Then we would like to give a function called onSwipe. And this is a default prop that they have. And the first argument that it takes is the direction. So if you take it to the right, this becomes equal to right. And if you swipe it to the left, this becomes left. And we're going to see this in action. For now, we'll just console log this. And let's say the swipe, oops, this should be lowercase. So swipe requirement type is going to be equal to position. And what this means is that the swipe will be triggered based on the card's position relative to the starting point. And we'll say swipe threshold, and let's for now just have 100. And I'll just say prevent the swipe. These are going to be the directions, which is going to be up and down. So inside, we'll like to see an image, the biography, as well as the username and age. So what I'll be doing is actually grab this and paste it and just save. So here we can see we have a div. This is the parent div with some class names and a figure which holds the image. Then we have, let's say, the username, the age, as well as the bio. Now we don't have these user images because we have created, as I said, it was like /female/1.jpg all the way up to 12. So what I'll be doing is to provide you all of them that you can grab and put it under the client, under the public. Okay, so just create or just go into the GitHub repo, get the female folder, just put it here. Here we can see we have 12 different images that you can take a look. These are the images that I grab from Unsplash or maybe Pixels. Then I will put another folder for the male. And here we have like 9 different images. And these are going to be used here so that it works. Let's save. And hopefully we should be able to see something, but not really. Here it says you also need to import this package. Okay, let's say React Spring Web. We need to copy this and import it under the client. So I'll say npm install and paste it. Hopefully this should be working out now. And let's refresh. Okay, I'm just refreshing a couple of times. Maybe it didn't import it yet. Okay, so why this doesn't work? Let me just check and come back. Okay, so what I have done is to actually kill this terminal and bring this back. So just go ahead, kill your client, and then just say npm run dev, and it should be working out as expected. So here we can really go ahead, refresh, and we have the cards that we can swipe to the right or to the left. So here we can see I just swipe to the left, and on the terminal I can see I have the text of left. Now I'll take it to the right. Here it says right, left, right, right, and it just works as expected. and we'll be implementing the functionality just in a second. But why does this look not really great? So probably we're missing some classes, and let's just see this in action. So we have the card class, but this doesn't have any, like it doesn't have any styling, right? I think like we don't have card body, card title. So I think these classes are coming from Daisy UI and we haven't imported it. So let's just see, for those of you guys that has never used it, let's just see how that, like what kind of stuff is it, right? So it is a component library that we can use for Tailwind CSS. And how to use it? Well, basically we would just go ahead and install it and require this in the Tailwind config.js. So I'll just go ahead, open up my terminal again under the client, and I will just paste this npm install -d daisy UI at latest. Then we're going to visit the, let's say, Tailwind config.js under the plugins. Now they are using the require syntax, but we are using import export. So I'll just say daisy UI, and we'll just import it like this. And now this should be working out. And there are a bunch of different components that you can use. So we have like buttons. Let's just see. So just to get this output, or to get any of these outputs, you can take a look at the code. And these are the only classes that you need to add, like button and button secondary, and you're gonna get this output. And now if we take a look at our UI, this is just working just like the demo application. And now if we go into the swipe area and hover over this, we can see this card class just have a bunch of different styling, right? And these are coming from the Daisy UI. Okay, so with that in mind, now we can use a bunch of different components coming from the documentation after completing this tutorial. So instead of like using the avatar by yourself, you can actually take a look at it and use it if you really want to. But anyways, now let's try to swipe this to the right, swipe to the left, and implement the functionality for this. So instead of just console logging it, we'll be calling a function called handle swipe. And first of all, we will send the direction, and then we're going to send the user itself, which is the current user that we are mapping through. So let's say const handle swipe, and this is going to be an arrow function that will take the direction, let's say, or you can just call it as there, that's also fine. Then we're going to get the user, and we will say if the direction is equal to right, we will be calling the swipe right function, but this is going to be coming from the match store, and we'll have the swipe left as well, and this is going to take the user as an argument. So let's duplicate, and this is going to be swipe left, and we will say if the direction is equal to left, only then call this function. And I think this could be else if, it would be better. Okay, now let's go ahead and create these functions. Maybe we can shrink these and go ahead, say swipe left, which would be an async function taking the user as the first argument. And we would have the try catch. And now in this try and catch, we'll be doing again just a sending a request, right? And this would be a post request in this case. Let's just see, this would be the await Axios instance dot post method / matches / swipe to the left, and we're gonna put the user ID, which is gonna be the disliked user ID. So here we can just put it like this, user underscore ID. And in the catch, we can just say toast dot error failed to swipe left, and we can just say set, and maybe just say, now we would like to have the feedback, right? So that we can show liked or passed. And for this, we can just say swipe feedback. This is the state. Initially, this could be null. And we will say the swipe feedback would be error occurred, right? Or we can just really just say failed to swipe left. And I don't really think we both need the toast and then the swipe feedback, right? I'll just delete this, sorry, but we can go ahead and here instead just say like swipe feedback is going to be passed. So let's say set swipe feedback is going to be passed, and we can put it even above. Okay, we have the try and catch, and this should be it for the swipe left, at least for now. And you can use this error, like I don't know, let's just say maybe console log the error. Now we'll do the same kind of thing for the swipe right function. So let's go ahead and maybe duplicate this function. So let's say swipe right, this is going to be, and this will take the user. The swipe feedback is going to be liked, and make sure this is all lowercase, and same for this one. Now we will just say send a request to the swipe right with the user ID. And in the catch, you can show a console.log as well as fail to the swipe right. And finally, like at some point, we should remove this swipe feedback, right? We don't really want to see this liked all the time in the screen, and same for the past. So we should add a finally block that would remove the swipe feedback after, let's say, 2 seconds. So we can cut this, put it into a set timeout function, and just like this should be fine. And maybe 2 seconds is a little bit too much. Okay, 1.5 seconds should be fine. Let's do the same thing for the, for the swipe left. We'll say finally. Okay, so this should be it for both of our functions. And before we call these functions, let's try to build the swipe feedback component as well. So I'll be going into this swipe feedback, and let's just see again. This is how it'll look like, right? We'll just have liked or passed at the top. So this would be positioned absolutely. So I'll go ahead and just say I will have a div with these classes, and this is going to be dynamic. So I'll just open up backticks, and I will say absolute. So absolute top of 10, left of 0, and we'll have right of 0. Text would be centered, and we'll say text would be 2x large, and let's say font would be bold. Now we would like to call a function here to get the styles. I'll say get feedback style, and I'd like to put the swipe feedback into it. Now this might look a little bit complicated, but let's just see. This is actually pretty easy to implement. So we are getting this swipe feedback from our global state, and we are calling a function to get the styling. So this would be the color. And I will go ahead, have this function at the top called get feedback style. So if the feedback is liked, then this would be the text color. And if it is passed, this would be a red color. And if it is matched, this would be the color, right? The pink color. And for the swipe feedback, we will either say like liked, passed, or it is a match. So here again, I will call a function called get feedback text, and I will put the feedback as an argument. And this is going to be almost the same thing. If it is liked, we will return the text of liked, passed, or it is a match. And I think these are not matching. Okay, so I just saved this. Now let's go ahead and see this in action. I will take this to the right, and there we go. It says liked because it take a look at the swipe feedback and shows the text, and it adds one of these styling, right? Now we can take this to the live, to the left here it says passed, and after 1.5 seconds it has just gone. So liked, passed, there we go. Now what do we want to do is actually find a match. In that case, we would like to see like it is a match, and in the real time we'll be adding this to the left hand side. And for this we'll be using Scikit.io, which would be in the next section. So I'll see you there. So now we would like to implement Scikit.io for real-time communication. Let's take a look at the current state of our application. So this is what we have, an Express server. And on top of it, we would like to add a Scikit server so that we can keep track of the real-time communication, right? And there is two parts of Scikit. So first we need to, we need to initialize it on the server as well as on the client. And there are packages for them. So on the server, we'll be using scikit.io, and on the client, we'll be using scikit.io-client package. So what we can do is to send events from client to the server and from server to the client. So this might sound complicated, but it is not really. Let's take a look at an example. So let's say we want to send a new message, right? So I want to send a message to this user. What I'll be doing is to send an event to the server that I say, hey, I just want to send a new message to this user, right? Server will see this event and immediately notify this user with the new message. And this user must be listening for this new incoming messages, right? So it is always event based, and the same logic applies for the new matches. So whenever we send, let's say whenever we swipe to the right, if there is a match, the server will send event to both of the users. It'll say, hey, you just got a new match, and it'll send an event to this user as well, because a match can happen between two users. So I hope this makes sense and gives you the a little bit of the basics, or just the basic understanding of Scikit, how that works. And as I said, there will be two parts of it that we need to handle. First, we will initialize it on the backend by using this package, and we will then initialize it in the React application in the client with this package. So let's go ahead and start with the server. Now, the first thing that we'd like to do is put an Scikit server on top of the current server, right? So we'll go into the API and just create a folder called Scikit, and we'll do the same thing for the client. So let's go here and just create a Scikit here as well, but more on this later in the video. For now, we'll take care of this API Scikit. So let's say scikit.js, you could say, but I just want to since we'll have two Scikit, okay, I can't talk. So we're gonna have the same scikit.js file here as well, right? But what I want to do is just call this as scikit.client.js, and here I'll go ahead just say scikit.server.js, so that when I take a look at it here, it is pretty clean and easier to read. What we'll be doing is first just go ahead and initialize the Scikit here. So we will have a function where we can just say initialize Scikit, and we will send HTTP server into it. So what is this HTTP server? Let's go ahead and create it. I will just say const HTTP server, and this will be equal to create server function, and it'll take the current Express app into it. And we need to get this import. So let's say import create server from HTTP. And now we'll go ahead, replace this app with the HTTP server. Okay, so with this, now this should be good to go, but we don't have this function in place. If you just save it, this is going to crash. Here we can see, here it says this is not defined. So we need to go into the scikit server.js file and try to build this. So I'll go ahead and first import the server from Scikit.io package, And we'll go ahead, create a variable called IO, and you'll see what this does. We'll also get a variable called connected users. So these are going to be the online users that we're going to keep track of so that we can send events when they are online, right? And we'll say export const, where we have this initialize socket function. And if you remember, this is going to take the HTTP server and we will do something inside. And we'll be using this IO to send events and maybe sometimes listen for it. Let's just go ahead, say IO, and this is how we can initialize a socket server. So we'll just say new server that is going to be we're going to build it on top of this HTTP server that we get as an argument, and we're gonna put some options for the course. So let's say course, we would like to get rid of those errors, and for the origin, we're gonna put the client URL, and credentials is gonna be true. Now, what do we want to do? Since we have this as a string, both here and here, as a best practice, we can actually make it to be an environment variable. So I'll just say client URL, and it'll be equal to this 5173 localhost value. And I will go ahead, replace this with it. Let's say process.env and client URL. Let's just get the same thing and paste it here. Okay, so this is the first thing that we have done, just creating our IO variable. Now, what we can do is just listen for any incoming connections. So when someone connects, what we got is a socket. So basically it is the user that just connected, but we call it as a socket because it is it is a socket that is just being connected. So we can just say console.log. Let's make it dynamic string. We can just say user connected, and we can show the socket.id. Okay, and once someone connects, what do we want to do is just add them to this variable, right? To this map. I will say connected users.set, and here what do we want to store is basically the value is going to be user ID, and then the key is going to be the user ID, and then the value is going to be socket ID. And you're going to see why later in the video. We'll be using this. So let's say set the socket.user_id. The value is going to be socket.id. Now we don't have this user ID. We'll just come back to this in a second. And now we can do the same thing for disconnections. And this is how we can do it. We'll say socket.on disconnect. And so whenever a disconnect happens, we would like to delete it from the connected users map. So I would first maybe just say console.log user disconnected with this socket ID, and connected users delete this socket.user ID. So it'll basically go ahead and remove that user so that we know they are not online anymore. And I think that's gonna be it for the initialization of the socket. But now we would like to add the authentication on top of it. And we need to add it so that we can have this user ID. And this is something that client will send us. So I know this is a lot of information, but I think if we just go step by step, this would be clear. I will just kill the left-hand side. Now let's say io.use, and this is gonna take the socket as well as the next function. And let's go ahead, open this up. We will say const user ID, and this is something that we'll get from the client. As I said, let's say socket.handshake.auth. Under the auth, we would like to get the user ID, and we'll say if there is not a user ID, that means we can just return out of this with the next function by saying, let's say new error invalid user ID. But if we have the user ID, that means we can put it into the socket. Let me just give a little bit space. Socket.user_id is going to be equal to the user ID that we just got from the user. And we'll just call the next function. Okay, so this is how we can add the authentication to the socket logic. And we can have some helper functions here because later in the video, we'll be using this IO so that we can send some events. So I know it might not make too much sense if you're seeing this for the first time, but I promise in the incoming minutes, this will make a lot of sense. So here I'll just have a function called const get io, and this will basically return the io, right? Return io. But if this is undefined, right, we'll just say if there is not io, we can throw an error so that client knows what is happening. Let's say scikit.io is not initialized. And one last function, we'll just get the connected users. And let's have a function because we'll be using it again later in the video. Let's say get connected users. And this will return the connected users map. And we can even make this to be one-liner if we really want to. Okay, just like this, and that should be it for this file. Now let's go ahead and do the same thing for the client, and we can just test this out with the connection. Then we'll add the match events. Okay, I'll go under the client, under the socket, and we need to import that package. So I will just open up, and I think first I need to import this. Okay, I'll just save, and we should get rid of the error. I will open up a new terminal and cd into the client, and I will say npm install socket.io dash client. So we need to set the socket.io in the client as well. Let's go into this file, and here we'll just have some kind of like same kind of setup. Let's say import io from socket.io client. Then we are going to have a socket URL that we are going to be connecting to, which is going to be our backend, right? So let's say localhost 5000 HTTP, of course, we should add it. Okay, so now we're going to go ahead, have a variable called socket, and by default, this could be null or undefined. And again, we'll just have same kind of function to be able to initialize it on the client. And when we initialize a socket, we don't really want to have multiple instances, right? So I'll just add a nice check for performance reasons. I will say if there is already a socket been initialized, let's just disconnect from it, and we'll just try to initialize it from scratch. Now we'll just say socket is going to be equal to call the IO function with this URL, and now we'd like to send that authentication variable. If we take a look at the, I think, socket server.js, I said we'll be sending this from the client. Now let's go ahead, have this auth variable, and add the user ID field. So this is how you can do it. Auth, it is going to be an object, and then the user ID, let's say. And where is this user ID is coming from? Well, we'll just take this as an argument. And I think this is gonna be it for the socket. Let's have a function again to help us out. We'll say export const get socket. This will return the socket. But again, let's just handle the error case as well. So we don't really just want to say return socket, but also we can say if there is not a socket, we'll just say throw a new error, socket not initialized. And then one more function, and again this is going to be helper later in the video. Let's say disconnect socket, and we'll just go ahead, say if there is a socket instance, we'll just say socket dot disconnect, and socket would be equal to null. So there we go. I know that was a lot of code and a lot of things to learn, but I think if you just go step by step, this should be easier than you think. Now we're gonna go ahead into the, let's say into the auth store. Okay, so when we log in, I would like to initialize the socket, right? That means, hey, we would like to connect to that socket server. And make sure you import it from the socket.client file. And we'll just put the user ID, because if you take a look at it, we are expecting that, so that we can send it to the backend. And we'll do the same thing when we sign up. We immediately want to be connected to that socket. And same thing when we check for the authentication, right? When you refresh the page, this function runs. So if we are authenticated, it should initialize the socket and connect us to it. Now we're going to go ahead, save this, and just open up the terminal. So now I'll just try to connect. We should be able to see a user connected. I will go here in my application, and like this looks black. And how can we fix it? We'll go into the index.html, and here for the HTML, just say data. I think it was theme, and it's gonna equal to light. Since we are using Daisy UI, we want this to use light theme by default. And there we go. Now I'll just go ahead and create a new account, because in the previous one I have swiped always to the right. So I'll just say Bob Doe, or maybe, you know what, I just want to clear up my entire database, even though I don't have too much thing, but I just want to clear it so that I can have a clean state. I would suggest you to do the same thing. So we'll just say node, go under the API folder, go under the seeds, and run the user.js file. So this will delete all the users from the database and add that 20 different users. I'll just create a new user. So I can just call it as Bob Doe. So let me just fill all this form, and this should be Bob Doe. So password is going to be from 1 to 6. Age could be 23, male and female. Okay, now we just logged in, and what I'll be doing is just open up the terminal. Here, like there we can see, here it says user connected with this socket ID. And when I log out, what I want to do is actually disconnect from the socket. So let's say when we log out, just disconnect socket, call this. Let's save and open up the terminal. Now here we can see it restarted, and here it says user connected. But if I just go ahead, log out, here I can see it says user disconnected. So that means our socket connection is working as expected. Now what do we want to do? If there is a match, we would like to send an event so that we can see in real time we just got a match, basically. So let's go ahead and try to implement it. And I hope you're able to like see the current state. Let me just walk you through it pretty quickly, because this could be kind of like confusing, right? So we already had an Express server, and on top of it, we have added a socket server, right? We have initialized it, then actually changed our app.listen with HTTP server.listen. And in this function, what are we doing? Keeping track of the online users so that we can send events to them. And we map them with the user ID to the socket ID, because we'll be using this later in the video. Then we have this function which creates a socket server on the backend and adds the authentication on top of it. Then we are listening for the incoming connections. And if there is a connected users, we update the map, right? And if there is a disconnection, we delete that. And we'll be using this socket.on to be able to listen for events. You use this socket.on both on the backend and on the client, right? And then we have some helper functions that will help us out. Then we did the same kind of thing in the client, where we like initialize the socket, like connect to that backend socket, right? Then have some helper functions. Then we're using them when we log in, log out, check for the auth, and sign up. Okay, so now what do we want to do in the match controller? So first, let's just please kill all this. This is so confusing. I would like to go into the match controller and maybe shrink everything here. Okay, so we have a to-do. So we just said if the other user already liked us, it is a match. So let's update the both users. That's what we have done so far. And now we would like to send a notification in real time. And we can do this with the socket.io, which we are in, right? So we're gonna go ahead in this function. So let's just try to do it step by step. The first thing that we'd like to do is just send a notification to the other user and then to us, or it could be the other way around, doesn't really matter, but we need to send notification to both of the users, right? We need to use socket.io twice, and we can send events by using io.emit, okay? And if we want to send it to a specific user, we'll be using io.to, and here we can see we're gonna put the socket ID that we would like to send the event to, and then the emit. So I know this is confusing, but let's just type this out and I think it'll make sense. So let's just say liked user socket ID. And to be able to get a socket ID, we had a function called get connected users. And we're gonna call this, which will give us connected users map, right? Okay, just make sure you imported this function. Then we'll just say connected users dot get, and we will put the user ID. This will give us the socket ID because this is how we map it, right? So I just really want to make sure this is clear. When you put the user ID into this map, it will give you the socket ID, and this is what we have done. We just say give us, and this is user ID, so you should give us the socket ID of that user. And now we'll just say if this liked user ID, liked user socket ID existed, that means if the user is online, then you can send an event to them. And we would like to get this IO, so I think we should have this thing as well. IO will be equal to get IO function. This will give us that instance so that we can send events. So we'll say IO.to, oops, this should be lowercase. So liked user socket ID dot emit, and the event name is gonna be new match. So there's a new match, this is the event name, and the data that we want to send is going to be the ID of that new match, right? We can just say the current user.id and name, same thing. Then image is also gonna be the same thing. So image current user dot image. Okay. Now we would like to do the same thing for the other user. You can pause the video and try to do it, or just watch my solution. So current socket ID, and we can just do the same thing from the connected users map. We will put our current ID, and I think we can put the underscore ID. That's fine. And let's just go ahead, convert this to a string because it might be an object. It is coming from MongoDB. Then we'll say if there is current user socket ID, right? In this case, we would like to send the same event, but with the other user's information, because we'll be using that for this user and we'll be using these for this user, right? So what do I mean? Let's take a look at it. When we see this notification where it says you have a new match with John Doe, for the other user, it'll say new match with, let's say, Jane Doe. So that's why we need to send, for this user, we need to send this information, and for this user, we need to send this information. Okay, I hope this makes sense. This is how we made it to be working in real time. So since we have added this, I think I can delete this to do, but instead I can just put a comment that says, I don't know, let's just say send notification in real time with socket.io. Okay, socket.io. So this is gonna be it for the controller. Now we also like to listen for this new match on the client, because here we are sending an event, and that means client should listen for this. And we can go into the match controller in the store. I mean, not controller, but match store. We're going to have a function to be able to listen for the new matches. So I'll just go ahead and say subscribe to the channel. No, not really. We'll just say subscribe to new matches. So you can also call this as listen for new matches, but I think this is a more common name. So here we would like to have maybe a try and catch. Let's get the socket. I'll say const socket, and make sure you call this function from the scikit.client file. And now we'll just say, hey, we are listening for any incoming events that are called new match. So whenever the backend sends this, we'll like to get that new match data, right? And we'll like to do something with it. So what do we want to do if there's a new match? Well, we'd like to update the sidebar component, right? We'd like to just add that new match immediately to here. So we need to update the matches array. And let's see how we can do it. We'll just say set. Here we'll just say keep the previous state, right? So we'll just say matches is gonna be all the previous matches, and at the very end I will just add the new match, and that should be it, right? Okay, so we just got the new match in real time and we updated our array. And here after this, I will show a notification that is a toast. Here it says maybe you got a new match, right? Okay, in the catch, let's go ahead, maybe console log the error as it is. So when we log out or when we close our browsers, we don't really want to listen for this anymore. So we can create another function to unsubscribe, right? Let's say, I think I can just copy and paste it. It is super short, where we say get the socket and socket.off the new match event. Basically, we just say turn that off. We don't really want to listen for this event anymore, right? Okay, we can save this and we'll be calling this in the homepage component because this is where we are at, right? In the homepage. So why did this log out? Let me just refresh. Oh, okay, because we logged out previously. So I'll just go ahead, log in. And we'd like to listen for that new matches, right? So here, let's go ahead and import those functions. So I think I am just too lazy to type this out. I'll copy and paste both of these functions. And under a use effect, and I can delete this console log, I'll just say use effect, subscribe to the new matches. There we go. And when we clean up, we'll like to unsubscribe from these new matches. But I only want to call this function if the user is authenticated. So I'll just say const auth user use auth store. Oops. Okay. So here I'll just put this auth user. If it has existed, only then actually run this function. And let's add it to the dependency array as well. So we can save this and hopefully this should be working out without any issues. Probably it is not going to work in the first time. I don't know, maybe I forgot to add something, but fingers crossed we can test this out. I'll go ahead and log in and log in as this Nancy account. So open up incognito window and just say localhost, go into the Auth page. So whatever you see here, name and age, then you can put @example.com. So this is how we generated it with that seed file. So Nancy31 @example.com, and the password is password123. Let's sign in. Okay, so here it already says you got a new match, which is not really correct. Why did we get this? Okay, so we'll just take a look at it. Let me just put them side by side. So I just put them side by side. Now I will like the account of Bob from here. It says liked, and I will like this one as well. And for some reason it didn't set there is a new match, but if we refresh, we should be able to see it here and here. And I didn't refresh, but it just worked out. Okay, so when we refresh, for some reason we got this, you got a new match notification. Let's see how this works. So in the home page, yep, we are listening for this. So subscribe to new matches. Okay, for some reason, okay, this toast.success should be actually into here, right? When we got the new match notification, we will update the state and then actually run this. We don't really want to show the toast all the time, right? It should be here, just make sure it is inside. Now if we go ahead and refresh, let's refresh here and refresh this, we don't really see that notification by default. So I think I'll just go ahead and log in as Karen from this account. So let's say Karen25 at example.com and put the password. Now Karen doesn't have any matches and Bob has one, which was Nancy just a second ago. So let's try to see if they're gonna get a real-time notification. So I'll just go ahead, swipe to the right, and Karen will swipe the Bob to the right. There we go, this user got a new match, but for this, it didn't work out. If we refresh, it should be here. So it is actually working in the database, but we don't get that real-time socket notification. So let's try to debug this. And I think it also worked for this user, right? Right? She just got the Bobdo both here and also got the notification, but this user didn't got that toast notification. So that means probably the event hasn't been sent for this user, and we need to just take a look at it. So I have just tested this out once again and it worked. And the only thing that I have changed is to really restart the server. So just go ahead, kill this, and just run this once again. And just refresh both of the browsers, right? So from here, I will go ahead and log in as Sarah. So let's say Sarah38 at example.com and password 123. Okay, so I'll just refresh just in case. And here we'll try to take this to the right and take this one to the right. Okay, so it looks like we didn't got a notification at all, right? And if we refresh now, this should be having the Sarah here, and this one should have it here, but I literally just tested this out off camera and it worked. So it looks like we have some inconsistencies in our code, and we gotta fix that. So I assume since we are using the React strict mode here, this in the development mode runs all use effects twice. It actually renders everything twice. And in the second try, maybe we are hitting this return and it is unsubscribing from the new matches. So what I'll be doing is just cut this out for a second and just test it out if this is the reason. So here on the right hand side, I will log in as Jessica29. And let's just make sure if this is the case or not. Okay, I'll just sign in, and just to have a clean state, I'll refresh both of the sides and take this to the right, take this one to the right, and there we go. That was the reason. Now we just got a match in real time. So in production, you're not gonna have that error. So you don't really actually need to remove this. But since we are in the strict mode, I think this could be something that we could uncomment just before we deploy this. So here I'll just say to do remove this before deployment. Okay, and I have a typo, but that's fine. So now with that, that makes this feature complete, where we can get matches in real time in both users, and we can see them in the matches sidebar, right? So I'll just go ahead and just even do it once again. Here I will log in as this Susan42 at example.com, password 123, sign in, take the Bob row to the right and take the Susan as Bob, right, to the right, and we just got a new match. Oh, okay, so we got a bunch of them. It is because since we are never unsubscribing, every time this subscribes once again, and here we just had 3 different so to say instances. That's actually why we would like to unsubscribe. So no matter what, I'll go ahead actually remove this, like uncomment this. But since we are in the development, sometimes we might not get that real-time notification. But as we can see, it is working for both of the users. We can get the notification and it just works out. If you refresh, yeah, you'll just only have once on the sidebar. Here we can see, because in the database, it just updates once. Okay, so with this, I think we can go ahead and build the chat page. So we will click to this, go into the chat page, and I'll see you in the next section. Okay, now we'd like to build the chat page. So let's go ahead and visit this, where we have the Auth user first name and last name, where we don't really have it. That was for testing purposes. So this is the current UI that we have. And at the end of the day, we'd like to have this kind of a UI, right? Where we have the message container, the header, as well as the input. And we can select emojis. If we click to this, we'll be able to see this emoji picker component. And if we have a loading state, this is how that will look. So I think we can start with the API part of this, then we'll come back to the UI and make the functionalities work. So as we can imagine, we're going to go for the message controller.js for the logic. And we have a to-do where we just said we would like to implement the real-time messaging with Scikit.io. So let's just say const.io, and maybe you can pause the video, try to do it by yourself, and let me just give you the task. So you would send an event to the receiver, okay? And to be able to do it, you would say io.emit, and you would say io.to, then receiver scikit ID, right? So this should be receiver scikit ID, and you would call the emit with the new message event, right? Emit and new message. Then you can send the message content. And now I'll just try to do it by myself. So let's say I want to get the getIO function, and make sure you import it from the scikit server.js. Then we'd like to get the connected users. So we're going to call this function as well. And we would like to get the receiver scikit ID. So I'll just say const receiver scikit ID, and I'll just say connected users.get. I will just pass the receiver ID, which will give me the scikit ID from this map. And we'll say if there is a receiver scikit ID, which means if this user is online, right? Only then we'll like to send an event. So io.to, where we'll pass the scikit ID, and we'll say emit a new message. Oops. Okay, I cannot type clearly. New message, and we would like to send the message data. So I'll just have it as an object, and I will say message, and this is the new message, right? Okay, so I think that's it for the controller part, where we just made it to be working in real time. And at the end of the day, we're just sending our response as the JSON data, right? This is just to make it responsive. And here above, we are also saving it to the database. So that's it for the message controller. And like, we could build the UI, but maybe we can first just build the store for the messages. Then we can come back and easily build the chat page. And I'll just go ahead and say use message store.js file. And here we'll again just initialize it with Zustand, and we're gonna have, I think, two different functions. So let's just kill the left hand side and go step by step. We'll get the create from Zustand. We will export our hook, use message store, right? And this is gonna be calling the create function, taking the setter as the first argument, and it'll return an object, which is gonna be our global state, where we have the messages array as well as a loading state maybe. By default, this could be false or true. Doesn't really matter because we'll be calling this anyways, right? And I think let's just make it to be true, because we will actually try to fetch the messages. So we'll have a function called send message. This is going to be an async, and let's say also get messages, or maybe just get, yeah, I'll just call it as get messages. And for this, we don't need to put the data, but instead we will pass the user ID. So the messages that we would like to get between us and then this user. And for like to be able to send the message, we can just pass the receiver ID as well as the content. So the message content, what we are sending. So let's start with the maybe get messages function because it is easier to write. We'll say try and catch. We'll like to first just say the loading state is going to be true no matter what. Const res, and we'll like to basically send a get request. So axios instance.get to our endpoint, which is slash messages, and I don't really remember, so let's go ahead into the I think server.js. We have API messages, conversation, and then the user ID, right? So let's say messages conversation slash then the user ID. This is going to give us some response back, and we can just say set the messages with the res data dot messages, because if we take a look at the message controller in this function, this is the function that we are calling, we are returning the messages. So you need to make sure that you have the dot messages after the data. And instead of putting this loading here, I will put it in the finally. Oops, I can type. Set loading to be false. And in the catch, we can just show a console log where it says the error, and we can just make the messages to be an empty array. Okay, so that's it for this function. Now we'd like to implement the send message function, and we'll have try and catch. Let's say the we can update the loading state, but we will only be using it to be able to get the messages. So I will skip that. And what I want to do is just send a request to our endpoint, which is going to be a post request slash messages slash send. It was, I think, so I just need to check this out. Yeah, it was slash send. And what we want to pass is going to be the receiver ID as well as the content. And like we can just maybe console log for now. Let's just say res, and obviously const res, and we'll just say message sent res.data. And in the catch, we can show maybe a toast that says like show the error, or if there isn't an error, we'll just say something went wrong, right? Then here, what we can do, finally, I was going to update the loading state, but we are not updating it here, so it is fine. Okay, so for now, this is the send message and get messages functions. But now, if we want this to be real time, again, we need to subscribe to the incoming messages, right? So I'll go ahead, have this function as well. You can pause the video and try to maybe do this as a challenge. So I'll just say subscribe to messages. This is going to be a function, and it's going to be actually pretty easy to do. So I'll just say const socket. We need to get our socket instance. Then we'll just say socket dot on so that we can listen for the incoming messages. And once we do, we will just get that new message. So you can either call it like this, but since we are returning it into an object, I can just destructure it and call it as message. So how can I grab this? Let's go into the message controller. Okay, so it is because we are returning an object and we are calling it as message. If this was hello, then you would get it as hello here, right? Then we will update our state. So we had the previous messages array, we just got a new message, we need to update it here. And this should be new message. So we'll say set, just keep the previous state, and we'll like to maybe just return an object where the messages array is keeping all the previous messages and add the new message at the very end. And then unsubscribe function. But of course, don't unsubscribe from the channel, right? unsubscribe maybe from messages, not to. Okay, then we'll just say const socket get the socket dude, then socket.off new message. So with this, that should be it for this function. But there is just one thing, I don't know if you have realized, when we send the message, we don't want to only send the post request, but we also want to just show it in the UI. So here, if I just say, hey, how's it going? If I send it, I immediately want to see it here, right? And since I want to see it immediately, I don't really want to wait for this. So what I can do is just go here and update my messages array. So I'll just say set get the previous state, and let's return an object where we'll just say messages array is going to keep all the previous messages, and we'll like to add the sender as the authenticated user. So let's just say state.messages. So keep all the previous messages, and now we'd like to add the new message, which is going to be an object where we would like to have the sender field, and this is going to be the authenticated user. So we can get this by importing the useAuth store.get state, and we're going to call the auth user field dot underscore ID, which is the sender ID, right? This is us, we are sending the message, so this should be it. And finally, the content is going to be the message content that we're just getting. So you can either leave it like this or just put it like this, it is the same thing. Okay, so I hope this makes sense. This is just to mock up a message and show it in the chat immediately, right? Okay, so this is gonna be it for this file. Now we'd like to go into the chat page and build the UI. Okay, so should we start with the UI or get these states? I think we can just maybe go with the UI initially. Let's say class name will have flex column, minimum height screen, or let's just say height screen, that should be fine. Background gray of 100, and BG opacity could be 50. And then here we'd like to have the header component at the top in the chat page. Then what do we want to do is have one more div with a bunch of different classes, and I don't want to type this out, so I will paste it. Then we'll have one more div, but basically we are trying to build the header component that you can see for the user. Okay, so let's just close this off as well by duplicating this, and here we would like to have the username as well as the image. So I will go ahead paste it. So here this says match.image because we'll be getting this. For now, I think we can leave it like this. Okay, we'll just have the avatar.png for the user image, and we have, let's say, for the name, we can just say John Doe. So this is gonna be it for the header component, I believe. So below the h2, below to this div, we're going to create one more div, and this is going to have again bunch of different classes so that we can keep track of the this message container, and below to it we'll have the input. So I will give one more space, create my div. This is going to have bunch of different classes where I'd like to just provide it to you just like this. So we are updating the scroll bar styling, overflow Y auto, things like that. And I think this doesn't work, so I think I can just delete those. This should be fine. Where we just say overflow Y will be auto so that we can scroll through the messages. Then we're gonna go ahead and map through each message. For now, we don't have any messages. Let's create an array to be, and actually we can get it from the state. Use match store. For now we don't have anything in the database, so this will be empty, but that's fine. We're just trying to build the UI. Let's say messages dot, oops, this is so annoying. This should be messages. Why did I get the use match store. This should be use message store. Messages, and we can obviously delete this. Okay, messages dot length. If it is equal to 0, then we're gonna render something, but else we'll render something different, right? Now, what do we want to do if there is no message? Well, we can just say start your conversation with this user. So I'll just say p and start your conversation with John Doe, I'll say for now. Then this could have a bunch of classes. I think these are fine. Maybe let's add some padding y of 8. Okay, then here we'll like to map 3D messages. For each message, we will change the background. So if message sent from us, we're gonna see this pink background. If the message sent from other user, the background is gonna be kind of like a gray color. And like we don't have any messages, but that's fine. I will just provide this to you. Okay, so let's go ahead and get the authenticated user as well. And I can like put it here. You can pause the video, type this out, or grab it from the GitHub repo. Let's say const auth user use auth store. Okay, so basically we say if message is sent from us, the text will be on the right. Here we say if the sender is equal to the auth user, the message would be on the right, but else it would be on the left. And we are changing the background depending on that as well, where we have the message content into it. Like outside of this curly braces, we're gonna go ahead and even below to this div, yeah, we'll just have a component called message input. Okay, so for now, let's comment this out. Maybe we can just put a text that says message input. This could be inside a div, just like this. Okay, let's just try to see the UI, what we have. Okay, there we go. We have the header component, the start your conversation text in the message container, and then the message input. So now in this page, now let's just go into the home page. When I click to the profile of Sarah, I would like to see that profile. And how can we do this? Well, basically we can fetch our matches and grab it by taking a look at this ID. So let's see what I mean. We'll go into the chat page at the top, and from the, I think the match store, we're gonna get a function called get my matches, and you can also get the matches as well. And also I think we had a loading state. Is this how we called it? Is loading my matches, right? It is this one, and we would like to use this as well. Just in a second you're gonna see why. So I will go ahead, have a use effect, and I will say, let's open this up. We will say call the get my matches function, call yeah, okay, for now let's just leave it like this. We would like to get our matches, but only if we have the authenticated user. So I'll just say if there is an auth user, if we are authenticated, then actually try to get my matches. Let's add this as well, auth user into the dependency array. And now we can find the current match. So here I'll go ahead, say const match, and we will say matches.find, where we have a bunch of different matches. We would like to find the one that is currently in the URL, right? In the URL we have an ID, so we'd like to find this one. And how can we get this ID? Well, basically from use prems from React Router DOM. So const ID, and we are calling this as ID. It is because in the app.jsx we said chat ID, right? This is why if you put hello here, then you would say hello here as well, but we called it as ID. So here this should be m._id, and now we can go ahead, say source is gonna be match.image, right? Or it's gonna be avatar.png. and we can just say if there is not a match, we can just return match not found. And we can do the same thing here. Let's say start your conversation with match.name, and here we can update the header as well. So match.name. Let's save. This should hopefully already update the UI. There we go. This is the chat with Sarah. Now I'll click to, let's say, Nancy. It updates, like everything is just working as expected. And let's say if we don't have an actual match, I'll update the ID. I just put something random. And here it says match not found. But let's make this UI look a little bit better. And to make this happen, I will provide you a component. You can grab it from the GitHub repo. Match not found. Let's get the user X, import the link from React Router DOM, and let's make this to be a pause. Okay, so we can go ahead. Instead of this, we will say match not found. And here we can see the UI is looking a little bit better. And if you click to this, it will take you to the home page. But now what happens if we are loading, right? Just for a second, we'll have a loading state. So I'll just go here and say if there is a, like if we are loading, then we can return either null or we can show a loading UI. So that's what I'll be doing. Just have a component at the very bottom. Import this from Lucid React and just show this loading messages UI. Oops, sorry. Here I'll just say return this component if we are in the loading state. Now just for a split second, we're gonna have that loading state, right? And you can pause the video, take a look at the component, how that works, but it is really just some styling and nothing else, no logic included. And I think now we can go ahead, try to build the message input. And for this component, we're gonna pass the current match, and you're gonna see why. Let's try to create it under the components. So message input.jsx. And now let's try to import it. Go into this component and maybe just start building it. So here we will have a state to keep track of the messages. So let's say message set message. When the user types in, we will just keep track of it so that we can send it to the backend. And we also want to keep track of the emoji picker component. So if you click to this, it will be open, and if you click outside, it would close. And to be able to get this, we need to install a package. So go ahead, open up a new terminal. Maybe we can close this, cd into the client, and I will say npm install emoji, I think that's correct, picker.react. Okay, just go ahead and install this package. This will give us that emoji component so that we can use it. And we'd like to have a state for this. We'll just say show emoji picker, and by default this is gonna be false. And we'd like to also keep track of that element with a useref. Okay, and we'd like to get the send message function because this is the place that will be calling it. So go ahead and import all of them, where we have some states, ref, and a function that is coming from the message store. And we'll have a function here. Let's say const handle send message, and this is gonna be taking the event and event.prevent default so that it doesn't refresh the page. Then we'll just have an if check. So we'll say if message.trim. So this basically means if message is not an empty string, then we'd like to call the send message function, which is taking the receiver ID. So it's gonna be match dot underscore ID, and then the message content itself. And this match is coming as an argument, if you remember, right? So let's grab the match. And now here this says you are not using prop types, which is something that we are not really interested in. So React/, prop types. We're gonna go into the ESLint and disable it. So if you're not getting this error, just ignore this. But if you're getting just like me, then you would go here, say React prop types, and turn it off. Now we don't have that error. Okay, so we're gonna send the message, and we'd like to update the state so that the message input is empty again. And when we click outside of this emoji picker, right, if I click to here, I want this to be closed. For this, I can provide you a use effect that is pretty easy to understand, actually, not that bad. So we add an event listener, which is mouse click, and we call this function, and it just makes sure that this state is equal to false so that we can close that emoji component. Okay, let's build the UI where we'll just have a form only, and like this is gonna have the onSubmit function where we can call the handle send message function, and for the classes flex and relative should be enough. Then we'll have a button, and this is gonna be holding this smile icon that you can see here with a bunch of different classes that I don't really want to type this out. Okay, so you can pause the video, as always, type this out or grab it from the GitHub repo. Then we'll have an input element so that we can type our messages in. So below to this button, just go ahead, paste this. These are the class names that we have, right? Then finally, we'll have one more button to be able to send the message. Okay, let's get these class names, import the icon from Lucid React, and we can save. But there is just one more thing that we forgot. If the emoji picker component is open, we don't really show it. So we need to do it under this button. I will just say if the emoji picker is open, right? If we are showing this, then you can render this div where we have the emoji picker component coming from this package. There we go at the top. We'd like to keep track of the emoji click. So when someone clicks to it, it'll update the message state. Now let's save. Hopefully this should be working out as expected. Let's delete this string first. Okay, let's save. Okay, so I can type this out, right? I can open this up, click to this, I can get the emojis, right? And if I click to this, message is gone. Let's refresh. So it looks like it is not being called. It is actually being called, but we are not fetching the messages. So let's go ahead into the chat page, and we'd like to get the messages. For this, we can call our function from the store that we have created. So we can just say get, how did we call it? Did we say just get messages? Yeah, this is the function that we'd like to just call. So I'll say get messages, and we'd like to do it if we have the authenticated user, and this was taking an argument, right? Get messages, it'll take the user ID, which is the ID for the match. And I think the very last thing that we'd like to add is going to be subscribe to the messages, right? Because we'd like this to, we'd like this to work in real time. So I'll go ahead, copy this function, and call it here. And I also want to unsubscribe from this, right? If we, so to say, if we clean up. So here, let's just first try to import, and I will get the other function as well, which is to unsubscribe. Okay, I'll copy it. Just go here, paste it, and we'll say return unsubscribe from the messages. Now we can put them into the dependency array. Okay, there's a bunch of different things that we need to add, but that's fine. Now let's just try to test this out. I will refresh. Okay, let's refresh once again. Looks like we have an error in the terminal. Cannot read properties of undefined ID. So matches is empty maybe. If we just put it like that. Okay, so here maybe we should say if there is a match, only then call it as well. Let's try to test this out once again. Back to homepage. If I click to this, loading chat. Okay, so let's just control Z. There is a bunch of different things going on. So why this doesn't work? Maybe we can just say if there is an ID and we would like to set that ID because this is coming from the URL, and I will just replace it with the ID. Is it gonna work? Let's see. I'll refresh. Okay, it is working as expected. I'll just send a new message. I'll just say, hey Karen, send that. Okay, so it looks like it is working. This is not an error, it's a warning. Let's try to fix it. Under the chat page 47, this should have a key message dot underscore ID. Why this doesn't work? Message dot underscore ID. So maybe when we try to create the new message, I want to show this. Let's say use message store. When we create the new message, we are not adding an ID. So here we can go ahead and say underscore ID is going to be equal to, let's just say date dot now. Okay, now if we send a new message, we are not going to get that error. Let's say yo sup, and we didn't got that warning, right? Let's try to log in as Karen so that we can see if the messages are working in real time. And what is wrong with me? I can't talk. So here I'll go ahead, put them side by side. Let's log in as Karen, but I don't really remember what was the complete name. Maybe we can take a look at it from the database. So it is Karen25example.com. I just put them side by side. Let's say Karen25@example.com, password 123. So here, even though I put the correct password, for some reason it says invalid. I think it's because of this seed file that we have created. This hash at some point just doesn't work. This is only happening because we are generating this from a seed file. I believe this is the case. If you just try to sign up with your account, you will never get this kind of an issue if you are having your actual password. So for this case, I'll just go ahead, create a new account. I'll just say test female account, or let's just say just test, I don't know, let's say test user, and put an email, test@gmail.com. Give it a password from 1 to 6. Let's say 23. This would be female, and let's say male. And let's make them to match with the Bob, right? Okay, like they have been actually matched. And as I said, this didn't get the notification because we are using strict mode. Sometimes this doesn't work in development, but in production, it will work every time. And if we go into the chat message, let's say here we select Bob and test user. I'll just say, hey, send the message. There we go. It is working as expected in real time. There we go. We can send emojis. Let's just send it. There we go. And here we can see it is working without any issues. So with this, I think that's gonna be it for the entire application. The only thing that we need to do is just maybe deploy this. And here we can see it is also responsive on this page as well. I was going to say, let's see. Let's make it to go like this. Okay, so up until here, it is completely fine, not corrupting, right? And the navbar is also working. And let's take a look at it. Are we missing anything? Okay, so I'll just try to upload a new image. So let's click to this. I will select this image. Let's open this up, save it. an image has been uploaded, but we don't see it here even if we refresh. Okay, so when we refresh, we actually see it. And if you want to see it immediately, when you update this, you can update the authenticated user state. So if you go into the use user store, when you update the profile, so this returns you a response back, right? So let's say const res. We're gonna go ahead and just say, I think it should be use auth store. So I think we'll just say dot get state, and we should have a function called setAuthUser so that we can update the authenticated user state. Let's go ahead and create that. So sign up, login, logout. Let's shrink those, and we will say like set auth user. This is gonna take the new user object and update the current state with it. So this is how easy it is to just manipulate any state really with the zoo stand. And you need to make sure you are getting the user with the put like from this endpoint. Let's see if we are returning it from the user controller. When we update, we return the user. So I'll just go ahead, save, and now whenever I refresh or I'm sorry, whenever I upload a new image, it should update the navbar immediately. So here we can see I didn't refresh, but it has still been updated because we update the auth store state. So we can't change anything really. Let's say Bobdo2, age could be, I don't know, let's say 42 or 43. Let's say or let's just say cat lover, coffee addict. And we can save. There we go, it has been updated, UI has been updated immediately, and we can have our matches. We can swipe to the right, swipe to the left, and we cannot swipe to the up and to the down. It is because we have disabled them, and I think I forgot to show you, but this looks pretty cool, right? And we can swipe right, left without any issues. So next, we're going to deploy this application and call it a day. Now, we'd like to deploy our application, and for this, we need to configure this server.js file. And this is the current state of our application, right? We are running the server under the localhost 5000 and client under the 5173. What I really want to do is actually take the client, also serve it under the same domain, right? I don't really want to run this separately. So how can we make this happen, and why are we doing this? Well, the first reason is just to have an easier deployment. So this is kind of like the monorepo setup, and we don't really want to handle the CORS errors, right? So we can just get rid of this immediately because we are serving the API as well as the client under the same domain. Okay, so with that in mind, now let's go ahead, take the client and make sure it is also being served under the same domain that we have. Okay, so we're gonna go ahead and have a variable, maybe down here, I'll say const underscore underscore their name, and we'll say path dot resolve, and make sure you import the path from path. I'll just go ahead, put it up here. Okay, now we'll be using this, but we will only be using this in the production, right? So I'd like to have a node.env where we already have it, and we will just say after these API routes, if the process.env dot node underscore env, if it is equal to production, we would like to serve the React application under the under this port, right? So we'll go ahead and just say app.use, and we would like to make our client directory to be static assets. And when we build this React application, we're going to get a dist folder, which is the optimized version of our React application. So we would like to find it and make it to be static. So we'll say express.static, and now we can use that path module. So we'll just say path.join, and we would like to say underscore underscore their name, which means that we are in the root. Okay, we are here. We would like to go under the client and find the dist folder. Currently, we don't have the dist folder, but if we run npm run build, we're going to get it. and this is what will happen in the production. So we'll just say from the root, go under the client and find the dist folder, right? Now we just made it to be our static assets. And then we'll say if we visit, let's say app.get, any routes, right? Any routes other than these, we would like to return our React application. So we'll just say request and response. We would like to say res.send file, and we would like to put that path to the file. So it's going to be path.resolve, and we're going to go ahead, use their name variable, and from here we would like to go under the client into the dist, and there will be an index.html file that we would like to serve, and this will be our optimized version of our React application. So with this, that should be it. And the only thing that we are missing is going to be our scripts. So here we are running this in the development, but now in the production, we need to build this entire application. And what do we want to do first? Just have a build command, and we would like to install all of our dependencies for the backend. Then we would like to install our dependencies, but for the client. So we'll just say -- prefix client. So this basically tells run this command, but make sure you're under the client folder. And then once we run this, finally we'd like to build our React application. So we'll just say and npm run build, and let me just shrink this so that we can see the entire line, and -- prefix client. So again, this says build the client application. Then if we want to start this in the production, we'll just have node, let's say API server.js. Run this file, but not with nodemon. Instead, just run it with the node. So that should be it for the deployment setup. We have a to-do, I believe. Let's take a look at it. Yes, there we go. Now in the Axios instance, we are using the localhost, but in the production, there is not going to be any localhost, right? So we can make this to be dynamic. I'll go ahead, delete this to do, and just have a variable. I'll say base underscore URL, and this is going to be dynamic. So we'll say if we are in the development, that could be localhost 5000/API. So I'll just say import.meta.env.mode. If this is equal to development, make sure it is all lowercase. So development, in this case, we can go ahead, grab this dude. But if it is production, then this is going to be whatever the current URL is /API, right? So we just make this part to be dynamic. Okay, then we're going to go ahead, take this, paste it here. And this is that to do. We need to do the same thing for the socket client file, I believe. Okay, so socket URL is not going to be this, but instead I will say if we are in the development, then it will be this, but else this is just going to be /. Let's say, I think this should be /, yep, because this says whatever the current URL is, right? This would be our server. And I think that should be it. We would like to deploy this, and for this we're going to be using a platform called render.com, which is completely free to get started with. They have paid plans, but they have a free plan as well. So we can go ahead and log in with our GitHub account. Let me just do this and come back to the video. Okay, so I just logged in. This is my dashboard. You might not have any projects. This is the one that I have tested out before recording this video. Just ignore this. We are going to go ahead and create a new one. But first we need to push this code to our GitHub account, right? So I will be I'll go ahead and create a gitignore file here. Instead of creating, maybe I can take this dude, put it into the root, and what I need to do is just add a .env into this file because it doesn't include it. Okay, so now let's just try to add all of our changes. We can just say git init So here we can see it has been initialized, and we can just say git add all, let's say git commit dash m, let's just say project completed. And I think we can just commit this message. Now we would like to push this code to the GitHub. So let's go ahead and log into our GitHub account. Okay, so I just logged in and I want to create a new repository. I will just call this as Tinder clone, and I'll make this private, but after I publish this video, I'll make it public. So if you want to, you can go with the public option. I'll go with the private one. Then let's say create the repo. We already have a repo in our local machine. Instead, we would like to push this, right? So I'll copy this and paste it into my terminal. Hopefully our code should be on GitHub. Let's refresh. There we go. We got everything, but we don't have node modules or the .env because they have been ignored. So we're going to go ahead into the render dashboard. I will say add a new web service. And we're going to get it from our Git provider. And this should be the one that we have just added seconds ago. So let's connect to this. And now we need to add our scripts, which was the start and build script. So let's scroll, do not change anything above. For the build command, we would like to say npm run build. And for the start command, we'll just say npm run start. And select the free plan so that we don't really pay anything. Even though it has a disadvantage of like it just goes into the inactive mode if you don't visit it for 15 minutes. But I think that's completely fine for a side project. And now we would like to add our environment variables. So you can add it one by one, but the better option is to copy all of them and click to this add from.env file and paste it. Make this bigger, and we're going to go step by step. So we have a port, Mongo URI, JWT secret, node.env. We can delete this. It will understand that it is in the production because we are deploying it, right? Then we have Cloudinary secrets, and now we don't have a localhost. So for now, we're going to go ahead and delete the client URL. When we deploy this, we're going to get a URL from render, and then we will update it with that. So for now, just leave it an empty string like this. Let's say add variables, and we can say deploy the web service. Oh, okay, so here it says it is required. Let's just say test. Okay, now we'll just deploy this. In the first time, it is not going to work because we need to update the client URL, but this should be deployed successfully. So let's wait for this. This is going to take a couple of minutes. Then I'll just be right back. Okay, so it looks like build was successful. It connected to the MongoDB, server started, and now it should say your service is live. There we go. It is live. Now we got a URL. Let's click to it. It should take us to the application. Like, even though it looks like it is working, if you try to log in, it is not going to work, right? Because the client URL is missing. So we need to copy this, go into the environment, and update this client URL. So let's say edit. For now, we have the test. Let's update it with the actual client URL. And let's say save, rebuild, and deploy. So again, this will take a couple of minutes. Then it should be good to go. So here it is deploying once again. So let's wait for this to complete, and then I'll just be right back. So in my case, it has failed, and it is not related to our application. It is related to render.com. Here you can see it says it just exited with status code of 1, which means failure, and like internal system error. So this is related to render. We just need to go ahead and deploy this again. Probably in your case it worked out, but in my case it didn't for some reason. I'll just go ahead, just say maybe manual deploy the latest commit. Okay, so this will just try this out once again, and I'll be right back. Okay, so this time it worked. Now it says your service is live. Let's go ahead and try to log in. So I already had an account called Bobdo. Let's put the wrong password. It should say invalid, but now if I put the correct one, I should be okay. So why this didn't work? Let's just say maybe the email address is wrong. I don't know. Let's say 123 456. Again, it's the same password, but okay. So I'll just go ahead, create a new account. Let's say I don't know. Let's say bath dough, and just give it an email address, bath@example.com. Password could be from 1 to 6. Female and male, let's say. Okay, we'll just sign up. Let me just fix the name. Okay, this should be 22. My bad. The password should be 123 456. Okay, there we go. Account has been created. Now I will go ahead, try to update my profile. Let me just upload an image. So I will go ahead and select, I don't know, this one. And let's just say coffee addict. And let's just say age will be 23. Save. And here we go. Everything has been updated. We can refresh and we'll have this same information. Now I'll go ahead and sign up with a different account. So this time let's have Walt Doe and Walt@example.com. Password could be from 1 to 6. Age could be 32. Let's say male, female, sign up. And now we'll try to match these two users. Let me just put them side by side. Okay, so I'll go into my homepage. We have the Walt. Let me just give him a profile image as well so that it looks clean. Okay, so this has been updated. Let's refresh for this user so that they can see the latest image. There we go. I will take this to the right and take this one to the right. Okay, there we go. We just got a new match, even though there was a bit delay because this has been deployed. It'll take a bit time to go back to the database, come back to the socket server, things like that. And now if we take a look at it here, they got the matches instantly. Let's send some messages. I'll just say, hey, Walt, send it. There we go. We can just send some more messages. As you can see, it just works out in real time without any issues. And it is completely responsive. Let's test this out. So this is what we have for the chat page, right? We can go to the home page. It also works out without any issues. We can swipe to the right, to the left, and everything is working as expected. So that's kind of it for this project. I think I'll see you in the next one. Thanks for watching and don't forget to subscribe.